Mr. President, council members, and participants, we are now live.
Thank you very much, and good morning to you all. We look forward to a very, very productive day in discussing very important matters related to the school district and CCP. So before we begin the public hearing, I'll make the following announcement. Due to the continuing threat to public health from COVID-19, City Council committees are currently meeting remotely. We are using Microsoft Teams that make these remote hearings possible. Instructions for how the public may view and offer public testimony at public hearings of council committees are included in the public hearing notices that are published in the Daily News, the Inquirer, Legal Intelligencer prior to the hearing, and can also be found on phlcouncil.com. I now note that the hour has come. Mr. McDermott, we will call the roll. I ask the members to please say a couple of words to make sure that your image is displayed on this screen. Mr. McDermott, please call the roll.
Councilmember Bass. Councilmember Brooks. Councilmember Dom.
Good morning, Council President, colleagues, school district, and attendees in Philadelphia. Present.
Morning.
Councilmember Gautier. Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. I am present.
Good morning.
Councilmember Green.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, attendees. I am present.
Good morning.
Councilmember Gim.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. I am present.
Good morning.
Councilmember Johnson. Councilmember Jones.
Good morning, Mr. President, colleagues, and Dr. Height and his team.
Good morning.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Councilmember O. Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Quinones Sanchez.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, school district colleagues. I am present.
Good morning.
Councilmember Squilla. Councilmember Thomas.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the public. I'm present.
Good morning.
And Council President Clark.
And good morning to all. Thank you for being here.
Mr. President, I apologize. This is Councilwoman Bass. I am present.
Good morning, Councilwoman.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President. Sherelle Parker. I am also present, sir.
Good morning, Councilwoman. Thank you. Thank you. We've established a quorum of the committee, and the hearing is now called to order. This is the continued public hearing of the committee as a whole regarding bills number 220, 284, 220, 285, 220, 286, 220, 287, 220, 288, 220, 240, and resolution number 220, 300. The committee meeting is also consistent with the requirement for our biannual meeting. So we continue the public hearing to the committee of the whole to consider the bills read by the clerk. I'm sorry. Mr. McDermott, I got a little challenges with the scripts this morning. But Mr. McDermott, please read the titles of the bills.
Bill number 220284, an ordinance to adopt a capital program for the six fiscal years 2023 to 2028 inclusive. Bill number 220285, an ordinance to adopt a fiscal 2023 capital budget. Bill number 220286, an ordinance adopting the operating budget for fiscal year 2023. Bill number 220287, an ordinance amending section 101001 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Fees of Commissioners of Records to increase certain fees for the recording of deeds and mortgages and related documents under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 220288, an ordinance amending section 191403 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Imposition of Tax by creating a Philadelphia County Demolition Fund to increase and encourage economic development by demolishing blighted properties within the city, imposing a related fee for recorded documents and related items, and making technical changes all under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 220240, an ordinance substantially increasing the budget in number of areas and neighborhoods around the city served by the Community Life Improvement Program to improve the health, safety, and cleanliness of every neighborhood and enhance the quality of life for all residents. Resolution number 220300, resolution providing for the approval by the Council of the City of Philadelphia, a revised 5-year financial plan for the City of Philadelphia covering fiscal years 2023 through 2027, and incorporating revised changes with respects to fiscal year 2022, which is to be submitted by the mayor to the Pennsylvania Intergovernmental Cooperation Authority. The authority pursuant to the Intergovernmental Cooperation Agreement authorized by an ordinance of this council by the mayor on January 3rd, 1992, by and between the city and the authority, and resolution 181014 calling for the council committee of the whole to convene public meetings and public hearings pursuant to the educational supplement of the Philadelphia Home Rule Charter to review the administration, management, operations, and finances of the School District of Philadelphia, to adopt plans to coordinate the activities of the Board of Education and the Mayor and City Council for the improvement and benefit of education in Philadelphia.
Thank you, Mr. McDermott. Today, we continue the public hearing of the Committee of the Whole to consider the bills read by the clerk that constitute proposed operating and capital spending measures for fiscal 2023, a capital program, a forward-looking capital program in fiscal year 2023 through fiscal 2028. Before we begin to hear testimony from the witnesses we have for today, everyone who has been invited to the meeting to testify should be aware that the public hearing is being recorded because the hearing is public. Participants and viewers have no reasonable expectation of privacy, so by continuing to be in the meeting, you are consenting to being recorded. Additionally, prior to recognizing members for the questions or comments they have for witnesses, I will note for the record at this time that we will use the chat feature available on Microsoft Teams to allow members to signify that they wish to be recognized. In order to comply with the Sunshine Act, the chat feature must only be used for this particular purpose. This morning, we will hear testimony from the School District of Philadelphia and the Community College of Philadelphia. This afternoon, we will hold public testimony on the school district's proposal. This public meeting of the City Council Committee of the Whole and Board of Education will meet the requirements of Section 12-209 of the Home Rule Charter and Resolution 181014, requiring biannual meetings of the Board of Education in this council. Mr. McDermott, the first person to testify today is
President of the School Board of the School District of Philadelphia, Joyce Wilkerson.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Ms. Wilkerson. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
I am Joyce Wilkerson, President of the Board of Education. Good morning, Council President and members of City Council. I want to take first the opportunity to acknowledge that by chance this happens to be Teacher Appreciation Week. We appreciate and value the contribution made by our teachers, not just during this week, but during every week of the year to support our students and help them achieve their potential. So we couldn't go without acknowledging that today. I also want to introduce my colleagues. I have with me today Vice President Leticia Hinton, Board members Julia Danzy, Mallory Fix-Lopez, Dr. Maria McCulkin is here. This is her last week of service to the Board of Education, and we're going to hate to see her stepping down. Board member Sally, Board member Reginald Streeter, Cecilia Thompson are all joining me today and will be participating in this presentation. I want to thank you on behalf of the members of the Board of Education, and also Mayor Kinney, for the partnership that we've established over the last several years. Today, we'd like to provide you with an important update. Since our last meeting in November, we'll share updates on the appointment of our new superintendent, implementation of goals and guardrails, the board's 5-year plan, and the alignment of budget investments and policy decisions in areas in which we need your support to further expand on the district's progress towards goals and guardrails. First, I want to ask the Vice President Hinton to comment on our selection of a new superintendent.
Good morning. And thank you, President Wilkerson. As you know, last month, the Board of Education appointed Dr. Tony Watlington Sr., the next superintendent for the School District of Philadelphia, and we look forward to his arrival on June 16. Dr. Watlington's appointment followed a local and national search that included input from nearly 6,000 Philadelphians on the qualities and capabilities that they wanted to see in a new superintendent. Dr. Watlington is an educational leader whose career experience and characteristics do reflect what community members told the board was important. Specifically, that we needed an individual who boasts classroom experience, success in instructional leadership, and closing student achievement gaps. They also wanted a leader known for organizational efficiency and fiscal management, and one who can participate in partnership with diverse communities and who can deliver on equity in education. I want to take the opportunity to thank all of you for your time and support during the search process. We appreciated the partnership with all of you in hosting listening sessions to help us gather input and make our process for searching for a new superintendent successful. And also wanted to take the additional opportunity to thank all the stakeholders and parents, students, from school district personnel and staff, business leaders, grassroots organizations, advocates, educators, the universities, including Community College of Philadelphia, participated. And I may have missed some, but there were students as well, etc. We certainly, before I pass this on to Board Member Danzy, I wanted to take the opportunity to publicly thank Dr. Height for his commitment to the School District of Philadelphia's children and their families. Certainly it is well known that having a superintendent for 10 years is not a common thing that happens. So I wanted to take the opportunity to thank you, Dr. Height, for being here, for the continuity, and also thank you for all the work you have done and continue to do on behalf of our children. And certainly we wish you best success in your future endeavors. We are excited, and I will close out and say that we are excited to work with Dr. Watlington in the coming weeks to continue the progress started by Dr. Height in lifting up the objectives found in our goals and guardrails and the vision for our students and schools. Would you please go to slide 4, and I'd like to pass this on to Board Member Julia Danzy.
Thank you, Vice President Hinton. Dr. Wallington, we have a leader who truly believes in the success of every single child and their family. And the board is excited for Dr. Wallington's tenure as Secretary of the School District of Philadelphia. It is critical for the stability, growth, and morale of the entire school district that our new superintendent is set up for success, and we are committed to ensuring this. He is currently meeting with Dr. Height, board members, educators, staff, elected officials, and community members to gain further information about the school district. Additionally, he is gearing up for more public and private stakeholder meetings over the next few months, and in this process, he plans to use the insight gained from these conversations to develop his 30, 60, 90-day plan, which will include his vision and plan to enhance student achievement and to address the many facilities and operational issues that the districts face. Now, Board Member Cecilia Thomas will speak to you on our goals and guardrails. Would you please move to slide 5?
Thank you, Board Member Danzy. Now we would like to provide you with an update on goals and guardrails, the board's 5-year strategic plan to raise student achievement that we adopted in December 2020. Goals and guardrails have allowed the board to set clear expectations for student success, monitor progress toward those expectations, and to adopt a budget and policies that provide support based on the needs of our students. As a quick reminder, we have 5 academic goals focused on reading, math, and college and career readiness for all students. Just as important, our plan also includes 4 guardrails, which we believe are the conditions necessary to help our students learn and achieve. Our 4 guardrails foster welcoming and supportive schools, enriching and well-rounded school experiences, partnering with parents and family members, and addressing racist practices within the school district. During our monthly action meetings, board members devote time to monitoring progress by reviewing data that indicates how on track the school district is to achieving the plan's objectives. At these meetings, we also receive updates from the administration on the strategies being implemented to support our learners and to provide staff with the resources and training they need to differentiate supports for different groups of students. While a lack of student achievement data during the pandemic has made it difficult to monitor progress on some of our goals and guardrails, we stay committed to this process. We strongly believe it is important to remain laser focused on student achievement as we make system-level decisions to inform the district's policy and budget. This pivot to governance focused on student outcome has allowed us to remain focused on making decisions that support student learning, even during the uncertainty of the last 2 years. Now, Board Member Fix Lopez will now continue this update.
Thank you, Board Member Thompson. Since we began monitoring goals and guardrails, certain trends have helped us identify our students' needs and then invest in targeted strategies and resources. In just the first year of implementing goals and guardrails, we adopted a budget that was informed by lessons learned from our initial progress monitoring sessions where we began observing trends. We made 3 significant system-wide investments. 1, the district implemented a new culturally and linguistically inclusive curriculum for both K-8 literacy and math. 2, we redesigned the district's approach to professional development and learning opportunities for our educators. The redesign allowed information to be provided in cycles with multiple opportunities for learning and time to practice those newly developed skills. And 3, the district implemented the multi-tiered system of supports, which we call MTSS framework, which is a standards-aligned, comprehensive framework for improving academic, behavioral, and social-emotional outcomes for all students. This strategy ensures that every student has access to grade-level instruction and is provided necessary resources and targeted interventions based on the needs of each student. Later this month, the board will consider next year's proposed budget, which continues to support these system-wide investments. The proposed budget includes student-focused investments to accelerate progress on our academic goals. Some examples include summer school programming and partnerships with external providers for before and after school care, increased number of psychologists, occupational and speech therapists, special education teachers, English as a second language teachers, and bilingual counseling assistants, and funding to maintain the district's one-to-one technology policy with access to a Chromebook for each student. Additionally, the proposed budget includes investments to support staff by providing them with additional resources to implement targeted interventions as aligned to goals and guardrails. Earlier this year, the district was able to reach an agreement with the Philadelphia Federation of Teachers, the PFT, which allows us as a school district to work collaboratively to implement fundamental changes to the way teaching and learning happens in order to drive student outcomes for all learners. And to give a specific example of that, one of the agreements in that contract is that if there is a course, for example, that is not offered in one school that a student needs to take or is interested in taking, there is the opportunity through virtual learning now to have cross-school learning. So that is a big step in more innovative practice. In support of this work, the proposed budget includes retention and re-engagement bonuses for all staff. Additionally, we will explore the implementation of 21st century learning schools models at select schools to provide work-based learning experiences for students to better prepare them for post-secondary success. Board Member Sally will now continue this update. Please move to the next slide.
Thank you. It is also equally important that we continue to expand on prior investments in support of the board's guardrails, which are the necessary conditions for learning to occur. This proposed budget expands on previous investments to social-emotional support for students, which are critically important given the rapid increase in gun violence in our city over the past few years. Investments include increased social services and trauma response initiatives in schools, increased number of behavior health counselors, decrease to the student to counselor ratio, and additional climate and trauma specialists. And finally, we continue to make investments in our facilities to ensure all children have access to welcoming and safe learning spaces. We will continue to monitor our guardrails and make investments to ensure our students have safe and nurturing school communities where they are valued, respected, and encouraged. The board is proud of its commitment to student outcomes-focused governance. This structure has allowed us to review and discuss data specific to each goal and guardrail throughout the school year and use this information to assess whether interventions are effective before making decisions on additional investments or policies. We look forward to continuing this important work under Dr. Watlington's leadership as he transitions into the role of superintendent in the coming weeks. Board Member Streeter will now continue this update. Please move to the next slide.
Thank you, Board Member Snotley. I would like to discuss a pressing issue facing not only our school communities, but also everyone who lives and works in the city of Philadelphia. As we all know, the city has been besieged with rising levels of gun violence, which has taken lives, traumatized survivors, and harmed communities. Last year, the city reported more than 2,000 shootings and saw 562 homicides, a tragic record for the city. And there have already been 145 homicides so far this year. And tragically, this violence directly affects children and teenagers. So far this year, there has been 96 shooting victims between the age of 13 and 19, and 12 homicide victims were younger than 18. So it's no surprise that Pew Charitable Trust recently reported that 70% of the city residents now see crime and gun violence as their main concerns. Our own student board representative, Armando Ortez, recently said during a panel discussion, quote, "Students are petrified to go to school or to come back to school for fear of encountering gun violence." Other students called for the school district to create safe spaces where students can express their fears about gun violence and acknowledge that it's affecting everyone. I'm sure you will agree that there is an urgent need to decrease levels of gun violence in the city to keep our children safe, wherever they are, but especially as they go to and from school. The school district has put in place a number of measures to address safe passages to and from school. However, addressing gun violence requires a coordinated, comprehensive response. We applaud the work of Mayor Kenny and City Council to implement new programming and dedicate funding to address this current crisis, but more needs to be done to protect our young people. As you work toward a final fiscal year 2023 budget, we have a number of recommendations that would enhance the work of the school district. First, increase the safe corridors around all schools during travel times to and from school. Earlier this school year, with funding from the Commonwealth, the school district announced the first phase of a new Safe Path program, where paid community members will help ensure safe passage to and from school for our young people. The school district currently has funding to support 8 safe paths for 2 school years. We believe every young person should have a safe path to and from school. The school district cannot do this work alone. As part of the city's fiscal year 2023 budget, we recommend increasing funding for integrated town watch services to replicate and expand the current Safe Path program. Second, ensure young people have safe places after school, on weekends, during the summer, and other days when schools are closed. The school district is committed to working with the city and city council to make our school buildings available to community organizations during non-school hours so that young people have a safe place to be. But providing safe places for young people cannot be the school district's responsibility alone. The school district supports a fiscal year 2023 budget that includes funding to ensure all libraries and recreation centers are open after school, on the weekends, and throughout the summer. Additionally, the school district supports expanding curfew centers throughout the city, especially as we head into the summer months. Third, create safety zones around schools and enforce gun laws. While state preemption laws are frustrating our current laws, including the prohibition on gun possession by minors. Those laws must be enforced by the police and the district attorney to keep our communities safe. Fourth, expand mental health services. The school district has implemented a number of programs to support the social and emotional health of our schools' communities. For instance, we have a rapid response program in schools to help our communities respond to tragic events. However, our programs are not enough. Our young people and our staff need additional support outside of the school system. We must work together to provide a multi-pronged approach to addressing the mental health care provider shortage in the city. Efforts to address the current needs include a support program serving schools, employees, and others working directly with young people to provide counseling services and around-the-clock mental health care, and a call on the governor and the General Assembly to pass legislation that allows out-of-state practitioners to provide assistance via telemedicine to Pennsylvanians without the need to obtain Commonwealth licensure. While in the short term, we need to expand the current mental health provider network, we also need long-term pipeline policies to build our provider capacity, the school district, our capacity. The school district recommends the creation of Philadelphia Mental Health Service Corp, where public funding could be used to provide training, scholarships, and loan repayment to individuals who commit to working with Philadelphians impacted by gun violence and trauma, as well as the public workforce, and the establishment of public-private partnerships to increase the number of mental health providers modeled on the University of Pennsylvania's Leonard A. Lauder Community Care Nurse Practitioner Program. The critical point that I would like to make is that if we want our children to learn, thrive, and succeed, then we must ensure they are safe and physically and emotionally healthy so they are ready to learn. And we hope you will support our efforts to safeguard our children and help them realize their fullest potential in life. Board President, with that, we'll now continue with the update. Please move to the next slide. Thank you.
Thank you. There are two other areas where we'd like to ask your support in addition to measures that address gun violence. As a result of the pandemic, we've seen our labor market challenges change rapidly over the last year. The school district has worked with its labor partners to adopt several measures to remain competitive in the labor market as part of recent contract negotiations. To expand upon current opportunities, we request your support in creating incentives to help recruit and retain district staff. Incentives could include affordable housing and rental options, such as the subsidized housing down payments offered to employees in the Denver School District, or the affordable apartments offered to teachers in Santa Cruz School District. Incentives could also include subsidized transportation for district staff, including SEPTA passes or temporary parking permits near school buildings during school days. Such incentives would be meaningful to many of our staff who live and work in our school communities and who may struggle with the cost of housing and transportation. Please move to the next slide. Our final request is directly tied to supporting student achievement in alignment with our college and career readiness goals for all students. We believe our students must have both the core academic knowledge and opportunities and experience to best prepare them for post-secondary success in life. Paid apprenticeship and internship opportunities during high school allow students to gain hands-on skills and exposure to potential career pathways. The city must mandate student apprenticeship opportunities as part of an economic opportunity plan among local businesses. Meaningful apprenticeship opportunities allow students to gain valuable work experiences, to develop professional skills, including communication, self-advocacy, and the ability to work collaboratively. So we hope all of you will promote this opportunity for all rising juniors and seniors to apply for student, and also hope that you'll support and recommend that students apply for the positions of student board rep seats. By May 20th. Students may apply online by visiting philasd.org/schoolboard/ and then clicking About Us section. Please move to the next slide.
Somebody in City Hall should have some.
On behalf of the board,
Can we, excuse me, Ms. Will, could we ask people to mute themselves if they're not testifying, please?
On behalf of the board, thank you. I want to thank you for your continued partnership and support for our schools. We're now happy to answer any questions or move to Dr. Height.
Yeah, let's if we can, let's move to Dr. Height because I'm assuming that there'll be a lot of cross questions, so that way it'll be more efficient. Dr. Height, please proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Council President Clocken. Good morning to you and to all the members of City Council. I am Bill Height, Superintendent here at the School District of Philadelphia, and thanks for the opportunity to come before you this morning to provide an overview of our budget for fiscal year 2023. Before we dive deeper into the budget, I want to share an update about the work of the district, including successes and challenges to date, as well as what's expected of our work ahead, or what should be expected from our work ahead. I want to begin by once again acknowledging, as did the board president Wilkerson, all of our teachers who work in front of young people every day in as much as this is Teacher Appreciation Week. Indeed, I also want to recognize that we are in our final weeks of the current school year. And this is, as a reminder, our first full year back for in-person learning. And as we have focused on continuity of education during one of the most difficult times in this nation, we have always kept the safety of our students and staff at the forefront of decision making. These times have forced us to pivot and redefine how we care for students and as we support their short-term and long-term educational needs and safeguard their health and well-being. As I've said many times before, it takes all of us to support the educational needs of all of our diverse learners. That has never been more true than now, as we deal with the many consequences of the pandemic, as well as other traumas, including the invasive gun violence happening in communities that our young people unfortunately experience almost on a daily basis. Next slide, please. As you already know, the district launched a facilities planning process in March. This process is a critical component of the district's strategic plan to provide tangible solutions to schools' facility and utilization challenges. Through data sharing and in-person and online community engagement and outreach, the district will solicit feedback from the school community on equitable options for the future of its learning environments. These options will lead to final recommendations that will be presented to the board next spring, 2023, and ultimately inform the district's facilities master plan, which is a longer-term strategic pathway that prioritizes facility investments, spending, and ensure all learning spaces are equipped with the tools and resources students need to succeed. I want to emphasize, however, that all environmental work will continue throughout this process. Community conversations begin May 10th and run through May 25th. We are asking members of council to share the registration information for these meetings. Registration can be found on our website at philasd.org, and the link has been shared with all council members. Next slide, please. As already mentioned by the board president, the changing labor market has also impacted the district, as it has industries across the country. In order to address this, we have implemented the following to address teacher shortages. We've launched a comprehensive marketing strategy coupled with tracking so we know where we are with meeting our application target goals. We've negotiated higher salaries with our collective bargaining units to make us more competitive in this market. We started early access site selection, and that started in January for 17 schools, which allowed us to begin the school staffing process much earlier than ever before for those 17 schools. We announced we will be providing retention bonuses up to $5,000 for teachers who remain with the district in a subset of about 50 schools that typically have lower retention. And we've implemented early notification of intention to retire or resign, which allows us to know earlier what teacher positions we need to hire. We've increased the pipeline of teacher residency from 75 to 100 residents for the coming year, and added more staff and support to the teacher recruitment team to help the recruitment process. Next slide, please. Additionally, we have other actions in progress to address teacher staffing. These include advocating for changes in reciprocity in certification with other states to ease the burden of becoming certified in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania if already certified in another state. Also, we also implemented, or we've also committed $1,000 for re-engagement bonus, which will be provided in the fall to all teachers. We've established a more centralized approach for student teachers to better track their pipeline to the district upon graduation, and we will soon share data or details with our teachers about additional reimbursements for cost of coursework to obtain certifications. Perhaps the most exciting, creating a new pathway to support our paraprofessionals to become teachers or other professionals. Next slide, please. We have also developed a program specifically for our paraprofessionals to expand the teacher pipeline. In true collaboration with the PFT, we developed a program to support our paraprofessionals to become teachers or other professionals. We will be investing $2.5 million over the next 2 years. It is the full tuition, it's for the full tuition, which will be covered by the district for participation in the following programs for selected paraprofessionals over the next 2 years. College Unbound will offer a program for paraprofessionals who have no or little college experience to begin their pathway to attaining a higher degree. Cheney University will offer a program for paraprofessionals who have at least 45 credits from previous college experiences, who would like to return to college to complete their degree and obtain a teacher certification. LaSalle University will offer a program for paraprofessionals who have obtained a college degree but who have a GPA below 3.0 to complete a teacher certification program. Drexel University will offer a program to paraprofessionals who have obtained college degree with a GPA of at least 3.0 to obtain their K-6 teacher certification. The previously authorized teacher residencies with Drexel, Relay, Temple, and Urban teachers will also be open for participation with their paraprofessionals as part of this program. And I will add that the tuitions for all of these programs would be covered by the district. We officially launched the program in March, and our paraprofessionals are currently applying. We are excited to see the progress of this program and the success of our paras as this rolls out. Next slide, please. To date, we are at 85% staff with teachers for the upcoming school year. As a result of early hiring, which I previously discussed, 17 schools hired over 100 teachers for the first time before April. Site selection officially launched on April 5th, and over 150 teachers were selected in the first 2 weeks. And teacher applications are up. In the last month, we have received 55% more completed teacher applications than we did last year in those same 4 weeks. As we continue to prepare for the new school year, we will begin hiring supplemental teacher pool to ensure we have additional teachers to support our schools as they open next year, continue ongoing recruitment efforts, including online information sessions, job fairs, and marketing campaigns, and continue the ongoing review of resignations and retirements. For the first time, teachers who notify us by the end of the year that they are leaving after the school year will be able to receive benefits over the summer. Next slide, please. As all of you know, in 2018, Governor Wolf signed into law Act 158, which provides alternatives to Pennsylvania's statewide requirement of attaining proficiency on the 3 end-of-course Keystone exams, Algebra 1, Literature, and Biology, in order for a student to achieve statewide graduation requirements. Effective with the graduating class of 2023, students will have the option to demonstrate post-secondary preparedness through various pathways which more fully illustrate college, career, and community readiness. Since the release of Act 158, we have spent time evaluating and analyzing the pathways with a wide variety of stakeholders, which has resulted in 5 clearly established pathways to graduation, one of which is specific to work-based learning opportunities like apprenticeships, internships, or interestingly enough, proof of employment upon graduation. All of this work to expand work-based learning and experiences is guided by the board's goals and guardrails, the academic framework, and what we heard from students. Young people have expressed their desire to make deeper connections between what they are learning and the world of work. We have been and will continue to embed the career and technical education work standards into our curriculum, which focus on addressing 4 areas of knowledge: career awareness and preparation, career acquisition, in other words, getting a job, career retention and advancement, and entrepreneurship. We have decided to develop a financial literacy curriculum as well, and our team of curriculum staff are reviewing materials and researching programs from all over the country. And also, extremely important is the support we are providing to schools through staff designated to work with students and schools, as well as through an increase in supports like the ones I will refer to in just a second. Finally, we think about how this work opens the doors for the district and the community to work together. We know we need to significantly increase the number of employers willing to partner with us on this effort. In any given year, we could have 2,500 students or more, including CTE students, who are in need of work experiences. Partnerships are vital to the success of this work. Next slide. Here are the highlights of the work we have been doing to increase preparedness and access for students to work-based learning experiences and direct paths to careers. First, we have increased our support to students as they explore the many pathways to a career. As a result of our need to expand work-based learning and work experiences to all students last year, we launched the Find Your Future Guide, which allows students to research potential careers and discover the pathway to that career. What's cool about this is that it shows them which high schools offer the courses necessary to prepare for the career. This guide can be found on our college and career page on the district's website. To expand on this guide, this year we rolled out the Student Job Board, where students can search and be connected to various opportunities across the city, also available on the college and career page. Secondly, we have strengthened key partnerships in order to provide greater access to opportunities. We work with our colleagues at the Community College of Philadelphia to create a career readiness program, which actually counts as an apprenticeship for students. We continue to develop the partnership with PhilaWorks, the Office of Children and Families, and the Office of Workforce Development to create a clear and concise plan for the city of Philadelphia as it relates to increasing the number of opportunities that young people have for work-based experiences. And we have also seen an increase in thought partnerships from our unionized trades to explore how to create more opportunities for students. And finally, I'm really excited about these last 2 items, which are creating specific programs which lead directly to employment. This year, we were able to negotiate with the PFT to provide for the creation of a new school model, the 21st Century Schools. One of the key components of this school model is that students obtain a credential that allows them to work immediately upon graduation and includes all the supports we know are critical, like programming for our low-incidence students with IEPs, strong partnerships with local employers, and deep connections between what the students learn in the classroom and the competencies needed at work. Through CTE, we have 4 programs which set up students for a position immediately following completion. The Fleet Intern Apprenticeship Automotive Maintenance. This is a 2-year internship that results in eligibility for promotion to Automotive Maintenance Apprenticeship, or the Public Works Maintenance Training. This partnership has been in place since 2010. St. Christopher's Hospital for Children, where students are assigned to work in a department that represents his or her area of career interest through an internship in 12th grade. Mentors assist students with preparing for post-secondary school training and employment opportunities. And all of this is done through the health technology program. We have 2 new partnerships that begin this school year that I want to highlight as well. The Pennsylvania Pipeline Project in the Philadelphia region. This program aligns critical workforce needs with CTE advanced manufacturing programs. The Philadelphia region is vital to addressing the industry demands, 300 defense suppliers, and more than 40 critical shipbuilders. CHAMP, which is a culinary and hospitality arts program. This is an internship and mentor program created in partnership with Fringe Arts and presented by PICO. This program prepares students for careers in the culinary and hospitality industries, ultimately creating a pipeline for employment opportunities. At this time, I would like to hand the presentation over to our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Ori Munson, who will highlight the steps we have taken through our budget to support the work I highlighted today, as well as our efforts to implement the board's goals and guardrails. Mr. Munson.
Thank you, Dr. Height. Good morning, Council President, members of Council. I want to begin by obviously, we're in year 2 of the federal funds, and remind of how we have focused the use of the funds that have been allocated for the School District of Philadelphia. Primary focus areas being supporting learning recovery, which is the requirement of the bill, several $100 million to improve facilities across the district, funds for supporting the significant social and emotional needs of our students, and then some additional funding related to some of the goals and guardrails, IT, etc. Next slide, please. So for perspective, we looked at the current year and how we've been using the federal money, and compared it to where we were in fiscal year 11, which was the kind of a peak year for school district investment. It was the last year prior to the severe state budget cuts and the end of the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act funding. So in fiscal year 11, the district averaged 1 teacher for every 13.3 students. In the current year, we're now at 1 teacher for every 12.3 students, so a better ratio. And when you look at total school-based staff, teachers, counselors, student supports, etc., we're now at 1 staff member for every 6.6 students, as opposed to every 7.4 students in fiscal year 11. So you can see the impact already of the first year's worth of investments. Next slide, please. We did do another budget engagement survey. We did one last year to get input from family, staff, stakeholders. It was out for several weeks in multiple languages. Almost 500 responses were received. The responses prioritized fairly similarly to the prior year in the various areas: discretionary funding for schools, additional math literacy teachers, special education supports, focusing on environmental hazards, and school-based environmental and mental health supports. The full details of all the responses are accessible on the district's website. Next slide, please. In addition, as we were going into another year with the federal funds, we wanted to make sure that talking to school-based staff, particularly principals, that we were making sure we were looking at equity lens. We did meet with a macro disruptions group of principals to get feedback, respond to their questions on the school budget process. Also looking very closely at the current year ARPA investments. We wanted to make sure that if things weren't working, we didn't continue to do them, and if things are working better, we could double down on them wherever we could. And all of our investments are tied to evaluation of actual usage impacts, as well as the feedback. Next slide, please. In response to the positive feedback for schools, so during this current year, when we were particularly challenged with staffing and during the Omicron phase, we doubled the hours for student climate staff who currently work 3 hours in buildings, for example, usually around extra supports lunch hour or beginning or end of school. We made those 6-hour positions. It was so popular that we put that into the base budget, so all of those hours were doubled. What that meant is it doubles the hours for school support staff, supports retention of those staff. All those positions are now 6-hour full-time positions fully funded with benefits. And most of these employees are from local neighborhoods, so there's a benefit in a lot of ways, both for the schools and the employees. We did further reduce the counselor ratio, so a year ago for the second counselor was at 950. For the current year, we had dropped that to 800 students, and for fiscal year 23, actually pushed that down to 650 students, at which point the second counselor automatically kicks in. We also reduced the secretary ratio based on looking at how schools were spending some of their discretionary funding to free up some of that money for other purchases by the schools. Next slide, please. Skip a slide. Thank you. Okay.
Good.
Sorry, I think we skipped a slide there. The one that says ARPA discretionary program at the top. Go back. Nope, other direction. Keep going. Right there. Thank you. We got a lot of feedback on the discretionary positions initiative, which originally had been designated for just the first year of return to school. When we looked at could we renew it, a lot of principals raised concerns regarding a desire for even more flexibility, more discretion with how funding could be used, and identified that positions were not being distributed equitably because it was based on a school as a school, not accounting for the number of students in a school. So we modified it in two ways, spending roughly the same amount of money this year. Each off-track school receives one discretionary position. The remaining funds are allocated to each school for full discretion by principals based on a combination of the size of the school enrollment as well as school poverty demographics to make it more equitable. We maintained the extracurricular activity funding that were added last September. Next slide, please. We've been in the process of piloting with about 15 schools out-of-school time contracts with partnerships with nonprofit providers that we had done RFP for, planning to expand the program to additional schools next year as vendor capacity allows, but fully funding what that vendor capacity will allow. Added additional teachers for English language learners and additional bilingual counseling assistants. And in a large part, as we're watching the demographics of our students and as well as the demographics of the city, I wanted to make sure we're meeting the needs of those students and families. Next slide, please. Just for anybody who wants the full details, all of our budget books, which includes school by school, consolidated budget book, district-wide budgeted, and we even created a Budget 101 guide for, I admit the documents can be a little cumbersome to get through, but this tries to help. All these and a lot of other additional budget information can be viewed at our public information site. Next slide, please. So I think this is really important to see how we are maintaining our investment, and in fact, how we're taking a different approach than a lot of other districts across the country. So you'll notice that at the very top that our enrollment is continuing to fall. This is consistent and actually not as bad as the rest of the Commonwealth. We're falling at about a 2.5% rate. Across the Commonwealth, public schools are falling over 3.5%. And nationally, there are much more dramatic declines. If you're following the news, Houston, Chicago, Denver, Detroit, Oakland, Albuquerque, just to name a few, who are seeing severely falling enrollments. And while they are doing layoffs and in some cases recommending closing schools, that is not what we are proposing. In fact, other than the direct enrollment based teachers, every other staff position level is increasing in the numbers. So and that's as an absolute number, not relative to the students, but actually increasing total numbers. So more assistant principals, more special education teachers, more counselors, more secretaries, more student climate staff. And again, the student climate staff is not just numbers of people, but also doubled hours. As a result of all this, while others are trying to retrench, we're actually spending more. So if you look on a per student basis, last year we were spending about $15,800 per student. In the current year, it's about $18,800 per student. we're projecting in our new budget to be for next year over $21,000 per student. And I want to emphasize this is not something that is sustainable. This is how we are using our federal funds. So how we start to think about what that looks like as we hit the fiscal cliff, as those funds go away after fiscal year 24, as we've spent them all, will be part of a larger discussion we can talk about. We talk about the 5-year plan outlook. But this is how you can see how we are directing the federal funds into serving our students and maintaining and actually increasing supports, despite the fact that enrollment is falling. Next slide, please. So in the past, we've had council members and community members and board members ask about, it's not just to look for a system-wide, but actually how are we spending across different, particularly some equity areas, or how does it differ for how our spending is on a per pupil basis? So we use some of this new data to try and get a look at it. You can see in the first slide, and this is divided by schools that the populations that are economically disadvantaged they're serving. So for schools that are serving populations that are less than 50% economically disadvantaged, we're spending just over $16,500 per student. In schools that are serving student populations that are over 85% economically disadvantaged, spending over $25,000 per student. We also looked at it for the, as you know, we provide significant supports for special education. So for those that are serving special education populations that are less than 10%, spending just under $17,800 a student. By the time you reach school populations, and we put the number of schools in the range so you can follow that, of over 30%, we're spending well over $27,000 per student. Because of the large number of large variances we have in school sizes, enrollment sizes, we also looked at average per pupil for school by enrollment range. So in our smallest schools, those that have the 57 schools that are enrollments below 300, we're spending over $26,700 per student. By the time you get to the schools that are more than 1,400 students per school, we're spending just over $17,000. So you can see just different ways to look at spending and broken down by sector rather than the system-wide look. Next slide, please. So this is the 5-year plan, and a few important things I want to point out. Number one is, if you look on the third line that says state revenues, you'll see a significant jump from fiscal year 22 to 23. About $500 million. That is based on the governor's budget proposal. We do not know if that will happen. Obviously, no budget has been approved, and there's still negotiation, but it is our practice to assume the whatever the current proposed budget is, so that is in there. If you go down under expenditures to the last line, there's a TBD expenditures. We assumed a portion of the governor's budget would be spent on things to be determined, but obviously until we know for sure that money is coming, but obviously it's a smaller number than what would be coming. In addition, under expenditures on charter schools, you'll see a sharp drop off in charter school spending from 22 to 23 by about $220 million. It goes from $1.26 billion to $1.04 billion. That is driven in part by how federal funds are being used by the district and charter schools, but a large part that is also part of the governor's proposal. So you have another $150 million. So all told, there's about $650 million in either expense avoidance or new revenues that is wholly dependent on approval of the governor's budget. Those numbers are what drive the very significant fund balances you see in 23 and 24, 584 million, 672 million. It is, we want to make sure that any funds are approved before we commit to how we would spend them. You can see, however, at the end of fiscal year 24, as the federal money goes away, and we're using the federal money both to do new investments, but also to maintain some current spending, our structural deficit reappears. That's that line that goes from black to red called operating surplus deficit. And you can see we are negative for the year at 150 million in fiscal year 25, and that number grows to 260 million, essentially wiping out the fund balances. And I'll point out that all of that assumes that the governor's money is in there and recurring, and also that a number of the investments that are specifically related to federal funds have gone away. So even with that, we will have challenges once the federal monies go away. Next slide, please. So the lump sum budget I showed you was what we presented and was sent to you by the board, approved by the board in March. There have been some changes. In addition to the school-based changes, which we already talked about, we've identified almost $7 million for environmental operations, expansion of the asbestos identification remediation team, and a large focus on creating a lead paint team which parallels the asbestos team. We have a goal of having all buildings certified as lead safe by 2024. There are about 57 buildings remaining to be fully assessed and repaired. And the goal is not just to get to that point, but actually to build up this unit so that we can maintain that status over time through normal cyclical assessment and repairs. Continue to expand the current asbestos efforts. We've completed over the 18 months, 3,200 locations of abatement actions. We were also committing $6.2 million for a hydration stations project. We currently have over 1,300 hydration stations installed in our buildings. This will provide the installation of an additional 800 buildings by 2025, and the time lag is not money-based. In fact, the sooner the better, since we're trying to use federal monies as much as possible, but really on the capacity and in some cases supply side issues of obtaining units. We know that based on what we have and commitments that a minimum of 145 of these will be installed by the end of this summer. But again, by the end, we should have over 21 hydration stations installed. And then additional $4 million for maintenance positions and contracts for HVAC-related work. Next slide, please. Some other expenditures, and some of these were already referenced, so I'm going to go through them quickly. The investment, education, certification support, funding for expansion of alternative education, multiple pathway opportunities, over $2 million to ensure both restorative justice programs and full-time school safety officers. We have a number of schools that have part-time school safety officers, and as the school safety office's focus has been on restorative justice mentoring, in order to help build those relationships, having from the school-based staff and from the school safety office, having safety officers fully committed full-time to an individual school was an important to help develop those relationships. Several $1 million for climate prevention, intervention, and attendance supports. We know that there are a lot of factors that go into those falling enrollment numbers, but wherever we can do additional coaching, supports, positions to assist with finding out where those students have gone, if they have not left Philadelphia, can we get them back into the schools, is an important commitment. 21st century schools were already mentioned before, and then obviously continue to updates for expenditures. Next slide, please. A few notes on revenues. So after we had already done our title allocations for schools and schools did their budgeting, we found out that the federal government reduced title funds for Pennsylvania, about $11 million impact for Philadelphia. We obviously wanted to keep the schools whole, so we will be absorbing that in other ways, but that was unexpected. The federal government also did not renew food service program waivers or increase reimbursements to cover increased food costs. We're looking at somewhere about a $6.5 million impact, although the numbers may be higher because we have to absorb costs from the current year as well as next year's impact. So we're still figuring out the total impact for multiple years will probably be in excess of $10 million. We were looking to see if there were any blips from the masking mandate reinstatement on liquor UNO. We have been notified of some reduced transportation reimbursements to the Commonwealth. This is so new, I didn't even have a data point for since the new city real estate numbers were put out yesterday. We have not yet met with the city to understand the impact for school district and obviously what the proposals will be in around both the amounts of the increases and all the things that have been discussed. I know in the paper today from many of you sitting here or participating in this meeting about how that will go forward. So that's obviously another data point we'll have to update. Next slide, please. So timeline, we're at the council budget hearing. We've already had the Board of Education budget hearing. The budget vote is scheduled for the end of May. Hopeful that May, or probably more likely June. Hopefully, when you adopt the city budget, we'll adopt the tax measures that impact the school district, and most likely adoption of the state budget in June. Next slide. And I think that concludes my the presentation. And I think we're happy, on behalf of Dr. Height and all of us, happy to take any questions, comments, etc.
Thank you. Thank you. Long and thoughtful presentation. Before we open it up for questions, I'd like to recognize two members as present that were not in the earlier version of the announcement of the quorum. Councilwoman Gauthier is present, and Councilwoman Brooks is present for this particular hearing. And before I open it up to questions, I'd like to recognize the Chair of Education, Councilwoman Maria Quinones Sanchez, for remarks, and then we'll get
Councilmember Sanchez, Councilman Squilla is here too. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Squilla. Thank you, Councilman.
My partner.
Councilman Johnson,
partner. Thank
President
you.
as well, Council President Clark.
And Councilman Johnson. Thank you.
And Councilman O.
Thank you. All right. It's the squad is all.
And Councilman Jones.
The squad is here. Thank you all. Councilwoman.
Thank you, Council President Clark, and I want to just take a moment, and I'll be brief because I really do want the council colleagues to have an opportunity to ask questions. Given the condensed nature of what our hearings this year, I want to make sure all my colleagues have the time to ask those questions. Just want to thank our volunteer board, school board, for all of their commitment. I know that this particular year there's been a lot of individual meetings that relate to the Black charters or some of the facilities issues, and I want to thank board members who've really taken leadership in that, under the leadership of our chair, Joyce Wilkerson. Sad to see Maria go. Anytime a Maria leaves the table, less work gets done. That's my belief. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. But I want to thank Maria for her service and look forward to the Education Committee, the Selection Committee making some recommendations. And hopefully we will be as lucky as to have members as the ones that we have had to date. I want to take a moment to acknowledge Dr. Height and thank him so much for his leadership and stewardship through very, very trying times. You know, you are a gentleman and you are very much appreciated. So I want to thank you very, very, very much. To Board Member Letty, thanking her for the process that led us to Dr. Wallington. We all look forward to his arrival. I particularly want to thank Letty for including members of the Education Committee and elected officials in the meeting of the finalists before the final selection. I want to thank again for that very robust process. Want to make note that, you know, last year we opened up hundreds of school buildings throughout the city. Want to thank the Height team for working with us on enhancing school building opportunities this summer, and look forward to expanding that in the fall. School buildings are community anchors. They belong to the community and to our parents and our young people. And I want to ensure that this becomes the new normal, as for the last decade, these school buildings were not part of our solution and absolutely have to be anchors and available as we deal with this violence crisis, but also in the recovery of COVID and what it has meant to trauma and how it's impacted our communities and our families. I'm very encouraged by the work that we're doing around the buildings. There's a lot of conversations happening. I want to thank Council President Clark and Joyce and the team again for working. Look forward to the conversations around not only building renovations, but new buildings, right? And particularly 21st learning environments and this new model that is being introduced. And finally, want to thank the teachers during Teacher Week, but our stakeholders, CASA and PFT, for their very thoughtful feedback on the budget proposals, as well as other members of SEIU and Unite who never left our buildings throughout the last 2 years and really serviced our young people and our families during a critical time. So I will not ask questions as usual. I want my colleagues to have as much time as possible to review this 5-year plan with our leadership. So thank you very much, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman, and thank you and for your work, and thank the Education Committee for their significant involvement in this whole process. I do have a couple of questions. Well, I actually have a lot, but I'm going to just ask a couple in this particular round. One was budget related, but I did want to ask a couple of questions or respond to the request in the presentation about your support is needed by the school board. One relates to this issue around addressing gun violence, and that's clearly one of the most significant issues that we have to deal with, because if children are afraid to go to school, and teachers and parents, we're not going to make the necessary improvements. I can remember, as you referenced, that community schools, one of the first things that then newly minted Mayor Kenny, myself, and a number of other individuals, we went to Ohio to look at the school district out there, and they were the first ones to implement community schools. And it was very successful, and the importance of that, it was a place where people in the community not only sent their children for education, but it was basically the focal point of those particular communities, and it made a clear difference. So I'm interested as we move along, not only the discussion, but the implementation about use of school buildings beyond the school 3 o'clock traditional time frame. Because as we said earlier, there may not be a rec center in every particular section of the city, because there's limitations. There may not be a movie theater. There may not be a lot of things, but there's a school in every part of the city. I mean, that's just the basic reality. So school buildings should clearly be the focal point. And hopefully with this use of facilities plan, we get to a point where we understand that the relationship between the city of Philadelphia's buildings, school district buildings, is all about the taxpayers, and we get out of that silo where this is my building. There's no way in the world either one of these entities should be paying for use of building from schools or the city. So we need to get that resolved sooner than later. The other issue was reference about support is needed for staff recruitment and retention, and it's very similar to what we've been talking about in the city of Philadelphia around police and other types of employees that we're trying to get in the city. This has been somewhat of a challenge. One in particular, the SEPTA issue is clearly something that SEPTA should be responded to. Parking permits for near schools, I'm assuming you all are talking about parking permits for teachers. Good luck with that one in particular neighborhoods. I'll be interested to see how you all make out with that conversation with the parking authority and local residents. But the affordable housing ones, as you know, we just unveiled City Council, and thank everybody for being engaged. This is very awesome proposal. We talked about preferences for City of Philadelphia employees, and one of the things that we talked about was the fact that city employees must live in the city of Philadelphia, and we thought that should give them an advantage as it relates to preferences for housing-related activities. The school district of Philadelphia does not have that requirement, is my understanding. If there should be a thoughtful conversation about expanding that preference for housing-related activities funded by the city of Philadelphia, just a word of advice, it probably should talk about some level of longevity, because it's subsidized housing for people that may or may not stay here for any period of time, just kind of pop in for a month of rental housing and then kind of pop out. The longevity issue in terms of our preference and our fiscal support for city employees makes a lot of difference. So just a word of advice. If there's going to be this conversation about expanding school district employees for that particular recruitment and retention purpose. Real quick, and then I'll turn it over because I know there's a lot of questions after a long presentation. Well, actually, I'm off two of them. One is with respect to the 5-year plan, and you referenced the fact that the graduation rate 35.7 in the city of Philadelphia, much higher than the national average, which is 24.1. Need to get a sense of, how we're going to close that gap. In that conversation, do we also include individuals that go back to school and get their diploma or GED? So we needed to get a sense if that includes those individuals. because I know there's an aggressive push to get people to go back into school in a number of the schools. The other thing is related to cyber charter schools. It's my understanding that cyber charter schools actually get an allocation of funds for brick and mortar. I don't understand that. I mean, the whole nature of a cyber charter school does not have like this brick and mortar thing. They don't have buildings. So can you just kind of give me a sense of where we are with that, those two issues? And I guess that would be for Dr. Height or Board Chair Wilkerson. I'm not sure who would answer that question.
I can respond on the cyber charters. The charter schools in Philadelphia got over $700 million in federal funds. The cyber charters also got their own COVID funding, and there was no attention paid to the fact that they don't have the same capital infrastructure, so they weren't trying to address remediation in the same way. They don't have HVAC systems. The district has worked hard trying to get the state to acknowledge the fact that cyber charters don't present the same kind of challenges. We've not been able to get any traction around those issues. We've worked with districts around the Commonwealth. Over 415 school districts have passed resolutions urging the state to look at the cyber charter funding issue, but thus far we've not been successful in that.
Who's leading that effort on the state level?
You have a number of, the governor's taken a strong position, and then you have statewide organizations, Pennsylvania School Board Association, there's an association of administrators, there's an organization, Learn, that's an organization of superintendents from around the Commonwealth. So a lot of different parties have taken up that issue.
All right, and if you can, and you don't have to give it to me now. I just need to get a sense on the elected members of the legislature, because that's where the process really starts.
Yeah, we can provide detailed information. There's a lot of information done to analyze, to look at the cyber charter impact district by district, and we can make sure that information is provided.
All right, thank you. And the graduation rate issue, and then
Dr. Height?
Yeah, I'll talk about that. I'll just add one point on the cyber charters to Council President, and the cyber charters are authorized by the state, so that they're not authorized locally like all of the brick and mortar charters by the jurisdictions, but they're authorized by the state. And so that's why we're glad to see that the governor is engaged, the governor and his team are engaged on this process and trying to amend the law that would be more equitable and fair as it relates to allocation of resources for cyber.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not opposed to cyber charter. I just don't know why we're taking money away from much needed dollars for capital infrastructure for brick and mortar schools and giving it to cyber charter schools that don't have brick and mortar or infrastructure.
Yeah. No, I think and then on the graduation rate, I'm not so sure the numbers that you were referencing, but our grad rate is now over 80%. And it does include individuals who come back and individuals who are in what we call our opportunity schools that are overage and undercredited and maybe working through alternative education programs. So
let me make a little more clarity. It references those individuals that are in the poverty rate.
Oh, okay, got you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so but it's that in every category we are seeing positive movement in amongst our graduates and our young people who are attending our schools, and so we're glad to see that it has increased to over 80%. And I think when I arrived, it was either at 60% or the low 60s.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, thank you, Dr. Height and your team, Joyce Wilkerson and your board for, in my opinion, one of the most coherent presentations I've ever seen. I actually got more out of this presentation than most combined. So thank you for that. I'm going to focus my questions on things that I know maybe my colleagues will not focus on. And so I'm going to start with the fact that we do a safe corridor program that we've done now since the untimely death of a student, Bernard Scott, out at Overbrook. I know Member Green and Member Gim and others have attended some of those 7 a.m. roll call meetings to discuss how we combine boots on the ground police, cameras in the sky with live eyes on them during the arrival and departure of our students. It's my understanding that we are replicating this in an effort to keep our babies safe. Can you elaborate on that? But don't start yet, because I want to get my questions out. The second question I would have is that in those roll call meetings, increasingly, principals and staff have become frustrated with parents actually coming to school and actually posing a threat to some of the staff and teachers within their schools in a, I guess, effort to, guard their children. But the process kind of puts a pressure on, an intensity on interaction with staff, which is unacceptable. So I'd like you to cover those two issues on my first round.
Thank you, Councilman Jones.
I'm sorry, one more. The idea that a lot of these sports teams utilizing school district facilities don't have money to pay for those fees. And I understand you have a collective bargaining agreement. I'd love to know what our philosophy will be on making sure that as an anti-violence measure, a lot of these mom and pop track teams and football teams and club teams who do not get paid, how they are included in your facilities. And those are the three questions I have. Thank you, Dr. Hyde.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. And we'll start with the just kind of the work that we're doing with the roll call meetings that you referenced in the safe corridors. I'm going to ask our Chief of School Safety, Kevin Bethel, to talk about the work, and then I'll come back and talk about the youth teams and other sports teams who are using their facilities.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Hyde, and good morning, Councilman Jones. I mean, in relation to your question, as you know, Council, we're really adding to what you're doing, right? We're really trying to raise the awareness around how we can work more collaboratively across the city to cover as many schools as possible. As you know, it's a large geographical area of concentration, and so part of this our work in moving into the space, even with our Safe Path program, is support what Child Watch Integrated is doing in those little micro areas where we haven't. But we really want to raise the attention around there's such a substantial need. So we also, as you know, are meeting. We break out the city into 6 divisions, running against the police department's model. I work with Inspector Dales to really reinstitute what we used to do years ago. If you recall, we're meeting with the school leaders, and the school leaders are meeting with the Philadelphia Police Department, and we're starting to bring other individuals into that space. We have some work to do. We did get a late start in introducing that work. And so as we move into the next school year, we really want to enhance that component where because the dialogue is the key, as you indicated. The more we know, the more intelligence we receive from the community, the better we can respond and stop some of this activity happening. And so I definitely want to share that with you. You hit on the head with the parents. This year has been probably a greater challenge than ever. I think some of the things that are contributing to that, and we have to be honest about that, when we went to a ticketing for disorderly conduct, we really kind of handcuffed. So with the police department and others are responding to the school where parents are out of control or acting in a manner, I mean, as you're aware, that's a code violation. And so I think some individuals are taking advantage of that and saying, oh, well, I can go up to schools and do whatever I want as long as I stay within this level. And so I think it may be something that we or maybe the council may have to reconsider, because as I shared with Dr. Height and others, schools used to be a safe zone, that you couldn't come up to schools and do some of the things that we're having. We're getting parents coming up with guns at our schools. I mean, it is something that is really, really starting to escalate. And we do need some support. And how do we start to identify that our schools are a place of a safety zone? And that parents should not be coming up to school engaging in this level of behavior, threatening our school leaders, our teachers, and then even fighting other parents. I mean, in the most recent case, parents came up, drove around the corner, and started shooting at each other. I mean, these are things that were unheard of. And I think we have to start sending a very strong message that to parents that there is a process of mediation and supports in the school to address those issues, and they should rely on that and not be turning to where they're forcibly coming into our schools or walking our corridors and going after our children. So I think you hit on both areas, and those are areas that we would love to, particularly my office and the school district team, to collaborate with council to really have a more robust conversation on how we could possibly rein some of this activity in.
And Council, thank you, Chief Bethel, and then Councilman Jones. I want to circle back on the other point about the sports teams and the use of facilities, particularly as we think about these anti-violence measures. And I think it's really important to acknowledge that from our perspective, we want to keep our buildings open as much as possible to be used by as many individuals as possible. And I do think that that's important, particularly to have places for young people to go. And I think we should be thinking about all assets, not just schools, but all assets, and how do we get those things open, including libraries, rec centers. If it's available, it should be open for our young people. But I do also want to acknowledge that, we do have a CBA, and you asked about a collective bargaining agreement with one of our collective bargaining units that requires us to have a member of that unit in buildings anytime they're open. And if those buildings are open on extended hours or over the weekends, then that CBA requires us to pay overtime. And we are looking at a proposal to identify sets of buildings in and around the city. And I know you've been working with us on this, Councilman, as has Councilman Thomas, and the Education Committee Chair as well. And appreciate your work. But we're looking at a proposal that we will then, the school district will look at an approach like we looked at PHL Connected, so that we have an allocated amount that could be used for that purpose, so that organizations that need to use our facilities, particularly on weekends or after hours, well after hours, like evenings and weekends or holidays, are able to do that. So we're continuing to work on that, and I just thank you for your help in helping us to come up with a plan for that.
I want to acknowledge your team that has been engaging in the discussions and the realities of how we can achieve that mutually attainable goal. So I have confidence that we're going to figure it out, and whose pocket it comes out of is less important to me than that it does happen for those young people. The other thing is your staff, your principals, your teachers, who are the vanguard of the education process, should not be subjected to that type of violence that's on school property, and we just need to be vigilant about that. So thank you, Mr. President, for your indulgence.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you. To the members, we've been having some issues with respect to queuing with the chat, and we've got it last couple of days. So maybe calling on individuals that have access to queue from different methods. So I'm going to recognize Councilman Green at this point. Chair recognizes Councilman Green, and then we'll go to Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson. I need to look into, I think it has issues with respect to time that you place yourself in the chat. So I'll figure that out. That's the technology people. All right. Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
you, Council President, and I just want to reiterate the comments made by Chair of our Education Committee, Councilmember Maria Karen Sanchez, for the work that you, Dr. Height, have done in your relationship with the school district and others from the school board who are leaving us, and to your staff. I do have some questions and concerns, and although I'm appreciative of the time you spent with the school district and all the great work you have done, I've also have some concerns and reference certain issues, in particular in reference to the district and the federal funding they received the American Rescue Plan, I believe about $1.1 billion. And I know one of the suggested uses of dollars was to replace HVAC systems in the schools. We know that's very important because of the issues of COVID and ventilation. And I'm not going to reiterate some of the concerns that I witnessed through some of my tours of the schools from the issues we had with the fans being installed in windows in schools, and then even some of the concerns I've had regarding asbestos and lead. I was disappointed that the district did not come to the hearing that we had regarding that issue. I did hear Mr. Munson talk about the investments that are being made, but I want to get a sense of how this is going to be using those dollars regarding HVAC systems throughout the schools. And also, I know some of those Easter funds are also going to be used for special education teachers and support staff. How will we continue to fund those areas after those funds expire?
Mr. Munson, are you going to take that, or you want to call on Reggie?
I'll do the second half funding part, and then I'll leave.
And Council President, do not use the delay in their responding against my time.
Sorry, just trying to get coordinated here. On the funding side, I think you're asking exactly the right questions. That there are a lot of issues, not just on the facilities piece, about how we deal with once the federal funds are gone. What we have done, though, is we're not using the federal funds are only piece of what we're putting in buildings, both for all building issues, whether it's HVAC, short term. So, we've been able to increase our bond rating and therefore been able to borrow more funds. We have a routine borrowing. So we borrowed over $400 million last fall, over $500 million 2 years before that. So we have that. And we're throughout the 5-year plan, we plan on having large borrowings every other year that fits the plan of what we're doing. We also have the Penn grant, the $10 million a year for the next 10 years, the $100 million, which is all focused on environmental issues per the terms of that grant. So when you, and the whole idea was that we were not using the federal to supplant, but to supplement. So over 6 years, which includes after the federal money is gone, we have over a $2 billion commitment towards capital. So really looking again at, I think we were doing that pre-pandemic, pre the federal, and we were really in a good place on that to maintain a substantial level of investment. And we'll have a better sense when we're able to complete the master plan of how we can align our borrowing and capital spending to that master plan and what that looks like. But you're correct in that a piece of this is we're not going to have that extra push which we have right now with the federal funding, whether it's for the facilities or for some of the additional supports for students. And I don't know. I'll let Reggie do the current work on the buildings.
Well, but I want to, before you step away from the mic.
Ms. Wilkerson, hold on one second. And follow up to that point, Mr. Munson, how will you continue to have dollars for those services when those federal dollars run out? And Ms. Wilkerson, if you would like to jump in on that as well.
Yeah, I just wanted that the state has an uncommonly large surplus at this point. And I think that it behooves all of us to lobby aggressively for additional funds for public education. And Mr. Munson, I know can put a finer point on that. But this is an unprecedented opportunity that would go a long way in addressing the structural problems that we have and alternative.
And Ms. Wilkerson, I definitely appreciate that. I've now learned from conversations with Senator Hughes and others, we may now be up to $9 billion of unallocated dollars. You also have opportunities through what will be the outcome of maybe the negotiations with the governor and the General Assembly, as well as the William Penn lawsuit. But those are things that are in the future, not guaranteed. The state has not traditionally been supportive of the stuff we've done with the City of Philadelphia's Reference to Education. But I don't want us to get back to a situation where we had, especially coming through the Obama administration with Race for the Top, and we allocated dollars and we had to pull back.
So we're doing our best to not do that. It's why we're being very thoughtful. I mean, we have the advantage now that we didn't have then of having the 5-year plan. So that helps us think about it long term. There are things that we had originally planned not to do for the coming year, but I think with the pandemic going longer in some ways than we had hoped, and I mentioned there are other cities that are already pulling back for that very reason. I think the conversations we have in 24 about how we step that down, hopefully there's some things, and a lot of the things we're doing are one-time pieces, whether it's some of the HVAC things, some of the facilities issues. So those are things that we are still going to have to supplement on what we do on the facility side, for example. But I think as much as we can access this, we were disappointed when schools were taken out at the last minute of the federal the federal funds for infrastructure. We will keep pushing for that. There are always been proposals at the state, and anything we can do to be creative in the ways we acquire funds for facilities use and utilize the funds for facilities use. So some of the pieces we're doing with the PIDC model for the 3 buildings we're doing now that were just approved are ways that we think we can be more efficient and effective with the funds we have. So part of it is how do we get more funds, but also making sure that we are using the funds we have as efficiently and effectively as possible. And I think the master plan also helps that, so we have a long-term plan for the approach.
Let's circle back on the bill structure issues and go back to and talk about staffing. You did talk about some of the staffing concerns, and I know one of the issues we've seen is the lack of and the need for additional Black and brown teachers in the district. What steps are you taking to do that type of recruitment? And what's your staffing approach to address vacancies in the upcoming year, especially considering some of the challenges in students coming back into the district because of COVID-19?
Thank you, Councilman Green. And did you want us to respond to the HVAC question too?
Well, no, I think we touched on HVAC. I want to get to the teacher vacancies, and then I'll close because the bell has rung.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you. So the staffing, many of the things that I talked about as a part of the first part of this presentation is identified to increase the number of individuals who are more representative of the students we serve. And it's one reason we're starting with the paraprofessionals in terms of our tuition reimbursement. These are many individuals who, in a lot of cases, live in our communities, are from our communities, and have children in our schools. And so that, we think, is like a first step in the direction to dramatically increase the numbers of individuals who are more representative of the populations in their schools and in their communities. With respect to staffing, as I indicated earlier, we identified 17 schools that have historical vacancies and long-term vacancies. And we identified those 17 schools first as we opened our staffing protocols or our staffing process. Those schools then had the opportunity to select amongst candidates prior to any other schools selecting among those candidates. And those 17 schools have selected over 100 individuals to fill vacancies that have been persistent in and across the years at those schools. Additionally, we've identified another set of schools where we are going to be encouraging retention bonuses or using retention bonuses to keep the individuals there. I think more importantly, though, we have to also start looking at what programs can we now provide to the young people who are sitting in our classrooms today to create teachers for tomorrow. And if that is providing those individuals with supports and programs, academies that introduce those young people to the teaching profession, I think those things are really important, as are many of the incentives that the board president described or requested as a part of the board's presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Height. And I did see Mr. McNeil come on, and I just wanted to go back to where I started as I close this round of questioning. And I think that's important in reference to staffing. I think it's also important that teachers have reasonable workloads in order to provide the best education, and also not providing cumbersome paperwork for them to deal with, which also takes them away from providing instruction. I mean, that's why we're all supporting Teachers Appreciation Week. Myself having a mother as a former school teacher, but those type of things take away from the education opportunities in the district. And I think that would be a worthwhile endeavor to reduce some of the paperwork that frustrates the ability of teachers to actually teach. Mr. McNeil, I'll close with you, and thank you for being here. Just wanted to get a follow-up on the issues of asbestos and lead. I know we had some conversations. I made reference to earlier hearing that we had in City Council where the district failed to appear. There's also some statements made by the district that some of the information that members of council and others testified or had a press conference regarding was not accurate, even though that data actually came from the school district based on legislation that we as City Council has done. So I want to get a perspective how we're moving forward to make the school district more climate friendly. And doing things like looking at our fleet and other ways to reduce fossil fuels, and how can we rely on the district going forward based on some of these past situations that we've had. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman, for the questions. The first one, I just want to say we were not present for the test. We were not present for the hearing, understandably, but we did provide you with a testimony, and within that, we did cover some of the things that we thought about in regards to how we deal with our asbestos management for the school district. But I also want to make sure I cover everything that you discussed. As far as improving the climate for the schools, we've done a great job this year in completing our assessments of all of our schools when it comes to the HVACs that exist and do not exist in the schools, by looking also at the electrical capacity within the school building. So since we've completed that assessment, we've already started doing the work in our maintenance shops to upgrade our electrical systems and then install HVAC units in some of the schools that did not have them. And we've also sent a plan over to our capital department, who has had approved a Guaranteed Energy Savings Act, which focuses on our mechanical systems within our schools. So in our proposed budget that we're going to submit to our board, we have over $160 million worth of work that can be done over the next couple of years to improve the HVAC systems in the school district.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we'll try this again. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you so much, Dr. Height, and to the team at the school district and the school board. Happy National Teacher Appreciation Week. I know that I'm appreciative of the work that the teachers do each and every day, and particularly with my two students who attend two different Philadelphia public schools. And hopefully next year, if we can get everything straight with the school district, hopefully I'll have 3 children at 2 different schools in the school district of Philadelphia. So I wanted to start where my colleague left off relative to the federal funding and building and facilities, and just ask about the infrastructure package particularly, and if the school district could detail any of the grants and or proposals that you all are applying for that may be competitive, that could be of assistance to the school district of Philadelphia. And I just wanted to get that on the record. I know that I had worked with you all on one, but I wanted to see all or the scope of the work you all are doing around some of the competitive federal funding in the infrastructure bill.
So if it's okay, Dr. Hyde, if I respond. So we obviously apply for any federal competitive grants, and we've been doing them. We actually just submitted for a large EPA grant around water projects we can do around there to support our schools. The infrastructure bill in particular is a tough one for us because we don't have standing in the same way. It would have to be kind of a joint project with the city or some other local that has. So we've been trying to find a way for us to identify our projects as projects that make sense either there or in some other ways. We speak with the congressional delegation signed delegation in DC, ways that can be helpful. There are numerous grants that come through, both from federal and from the state, that are everything from facilities to student emotional and behavioral supports. Some are competitive, some are not.
And so, Ori,
Yes.
just for clarification, I think it would be helpful to the council president and my colleagues if you could all just give us a list of all the opportunities, all the grants that you all will be applying for, particularly those that are competitive, okay, and they're not formula-based. If you could just give us a list from the infrastructure bill of what you will apply for, and then have that list be ongoing as those opportunities come in. Because, you know, I'm on the board of the Local Government Advisory Committee for the EPA. I did send that information to the district and followed up with you all, and I'm happy that you did apply for that opportunity. But more of those opportunities will be coming down the pipeline. And like you said, that one was water, but some will be climate-based and will be able to fit into the scope of what we are seeking to do relative to buildings and facilities in the district. So my request is if we could get an ongoing list of that activity and everything that you all have applied for and will be applying for. Okay. My second question is relative to addressing some of the backlog of maintenance requests for school facilities, and if you could provide us with an update there.
Did you, Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson, good morning. Did you want us to provide that as a response or this morning?
Oh, this morning, if possible, yes. Yeah. And Council President, please don't count that a pause against my time. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask for our Chief Operating Officer, Reggie McNeil, to come back on and provide us with that information.
So, Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson, I believe your question was about where are we with our backlog
of maintenance requests? Yeah, for all of our school facilities.
Yeah, we're still at around. We've made some improvements, but right now across the school district, we're about 11,000 work orders still that we have in our backlog. We've made significant improvements over the year, but not at the rate that we need to, and that has a lot to do with some of our supply chain backlogs that we're experiencing right now, and also with some of the personnel issues as far as us trying to hire more staff to get the work done. But we are making improvements.
Okay, so then my request will be for this issue that we receive a list of those 11,000 maintenance requests. Can you break them down by school and also by school district, by council district?
I can break them down by school, council district, as well as categories of work.
Okay, excellent. And then lastly, you know, I'm chair of City Council's Committee on the Environment, and I was just curious around the school district's goals, you know, to reach our city goal of carbon neutrality by 2050.
I'm going to ask Mr. McNeil to also respond to that. You know, as you know, Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson, we also just recently purchased new electric buses, and Mr. McNeil can talk about that and other work that's happening to meet the city's goals.
Right, so thank you, Dr. Height. As Dr. Height mentioned, we have recently just purchased the electric buses that we revealed to the community just a couple of months ago, and we've also had the board approve an additional buy for towards $8 million for more electric buses. Our goal is to try and replace our fleet with more modernized equipment that reduces the carbon footprint within the community. So we'll continue to seek grant funding for that, as well as talk to Ori about putting more operational spend on and capital spend actually on buying some of those electric buses.
Okay, all right. So if you could keep us updated on all of your goals around achieving or working towards carbon neutrality as a district, that would be helpful. My next set of questions is relative to the School Finder portal. And my real concern that our projected enrollment at our schools is not accurate based on the incorrect GIS system that the school district is utilizing. This is something that I brought up to the district 2 years ago. I worked with you all on this issue. You assured me that this issue was taken care of. That is not the case. I come to this issue as a graduate of the Philadelphia public school system by way of Gompers, Masterman, and Girls High. I taught in the public school system. I have children in the public school system currently, and the GIS system is not working. And I want an answer on this hearing today on how you are going to fix the GIS system, the school finder system, so that parents can be directed to the appropriate school for their child to attend. It is messing with the enrollment numbers, which then impacts the staffing. I hear the bell, and I will just continue for a moment because I want an answer today on this issue. It is impacting the enrollment for our schools, which is then impacting the projected staffing needed for schools. And it's not working. I sent you all copies of GIS tracking to show from a residential location to the school how far it is, how parents are being sent to schools that are outside of their catchment area that will require bus service. And this is all happening from the school district. And then you all come here and you complain that you don't have any money because you have to pay for the students that want to go to other schools, but you're sending them there. Okay? And so what I want to know today is when and who will fix that GIS system. Okay? And I made a speech about this in March, and I'm coming back to you again today. I followed up with the staff. This is not for lack of follow-up or follow-through on my regard. Me personally, as a parent, I can't even sign up my own son for kindergarten in the school district of Philadelphia at our closest local public school because it doesn't work. So, Council President, excuse me. I apologize for my anger, but I am sick of the school district of Philadelphia. It should not be this hard to enroll our young people in our closest local public school. Then you come here and complain that you have no money. I don't want to hear it. I want to hear how this will be fixed today.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson. And I think that we have Karen on the phone. I'm sorry, on the line, Karen Lynch, Chief of Student Services. And there is a point that I think needs to be corrected for the record. The system to enroll children the GIS system doesn't impact enrollment. We're still counting those children regardless of if they're with us or with a charter. So we still count the number of children.
Council President, I apologize for interrupting you, Dr. Height, because I have sent 3 to 4 pages of evidence on this issue. It is impacting the enrollment for the school district of Philadelphia because not only are the students being sent to other schools, okay, which fine, that's the parent's choice. But the bottom line is you all should not be doing the marketing for them. And secondly, when you call yourself correcting it, and I'll give you my case as an example, which is why I know this is happening to tons of other families all across Philadelphia. I'm being sent to a school that's over 2 miles away from my home, 2.1 miles away, that will require bus service for my 5-year-old. But instead of the school that's 0.7 miles away, that's the closest local public school. Help me out.
So I'm going to ask Karen Lynch to give a response to the concerns that you've mentioned this morning.
Council member, you are absolutely right that you have sent the information to us. We have reviewed the information. Your address is much closer to a school that is not the assigned school that you're in. This is not a GIS problem. The GIS is working accurately. The GIS assigns the school that has been identified in the boundary as the school that is to receive students from your address. In other words, the system itself is working correctly. We've checked the system numerous times. The boundary change has to be changed. Your address is assigned to a school that, yes, in fact, is further away from the nearest school, and we need to do a boundary change and reassign the school address, the addresses of the schools that are in your immediate area. That boundary change we have not yet been able to do.
Out of respect for the council president and out of respect for our leadership team and my colleagues, I will come back on the second round to continue this conversation. But today we will get this corrected. Thank you, Council President, and thank you, colleagues.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman, you never have to apologize for being passionate about education. Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gill.
Thank you very much, Council President. I'm going to follow up with Councilmember Gilmore Richardson's deep concerns about enrollment, about engagement of students and families. All of us on this council have been very clear that the health and well-being of our schools determines the success of our city's future. When the city and the school district lose residents and families, all of us bear the consequences as a result. It is our responsibility to win our families back, to do everything that we can to engage and to bring them there, to fight to get every single student who ever walked away, to capture every single student trying to enroll, and make sure that we show them that if they return to our public schools, they will find a safe haven, they will find opportunity, and they will find a public school to call their own. Our council body has made clear time and time again, not only Councilmember Gilmore Richardson sending over information, but myself repeatedly, year after year, asking for a strategy to re-engage and boost enrollment, for attendance and the engagement of children and families. And so not only are we hearing individual stories like Councilmember Gilmore Richardson has said, but in fact, the district has failed on this because you are projecting a 7,000 student enrollment decline for next year and staffing cuts that include the loss of nearly 350 teachers. 350 fewer teachers in our schools will not make our schools stronger. It will not improve confidence that teachers won't burn out or that our student needs can be better met. And I can guarantee you, or I would like to see, whether the schools with the largest drop in enrollment are the schools that have actually borne the greatest crises with gun violence, COVID, and opioids. That endangers the very promises of racial equity that this school board promised to the public. The last time the school district saw this dramatic of a drop in student enrollment was following the SRC's decision to close nearly 30 schools in 2012 and 2013. Projecting that a similar loss is going to take place and accepting it during a pandemic makes clear that the district is resigned to not just to a self-fulfilling prophecy, but actually accepting of a dramatic reduction in resources school by school. And it's not just dividing it out over, the existing students that you project. These enrollment projections are never predetermined. Yours, moreover, are deeply contested by school-based staff. They're fighting them each and every step of the way, from principals to teachers and families on the ground. And what is certain is that cutting staff at this level will increase the likelihood that those enrollment projections become more real than ever. This is literally an existential crisis, because as the board begins to roll out its facilities master planning process, it becomes really hard to not see the facilities master plan as a blueprint for potential school closings, especially as federal funds dry up and we hit the 2025 fiscal cliff. So we've been very clear. We need a formal, all hands on deck strategy that engages city agencies, but we have not yet heard one. The new superintendent deserves that. The public deserves it, and taxpayers expect it. So I want to hear, what are we doing differently this year to re-engage families as we draw new students into our schools? What is the status of initiatives such as the Community Ambassadors Program? And have you made any formal requests to the city administration to support re-engagement of families?
We have made a formal request for the city agencies and the offices of work, the children and youth. I'm sorry, not children and youth. The office the Office of Children and Families, excuse me. So we have made a request for meeting with the Office of Children and Families to meet on this issue. But the work that we're doing more broadly, Councilwoman Gim, around trying to engage and coordinate behavioral health services, coordinate areas where we can keep summer programming open longer, have more before and after school opportunities, and even some of the positions that we are increasing this year are for the purpose of re-engaging families and attracting back those families who have left, and we know that they're still in the city. For a lot of other families who have moved out of the city, that re-engagement effort is more difficult naturally, and we're losing individuals to two entities, and this is the same across the state. One is to cyber charters, the other is to home schools. We can focus on those who are homeschooling, and we think that we have made progress in that area by having a full year of schools being open for instruction. We've also reached out to agencies in the city, and Karen can talk more about the work that we have connected with the city or attempted to connect with the city to do, and perhaps you could help us with this.
Thank you, Dr. Haight. Councilwoman Kim, in addition to those items that Dr. Haight mentioned, we have also engaged, as he just pointed out, with community partners. We did an RFP early in the year where we got community-based organizations to do door knocking. So they went door to door, identified by the families that we knew had previously engaged with the families, just to check on the kids, to establish good relationships, to determine what barriers might exist. That door-to-door knocking campaign was not nearly as successful, but it did help us identify several of the barriers to success. In addition, we have done outreach by as many innovative processes as cell phone numbers, robocalls, constant ongoing search for the students that we have not been able to find. And as you know, our behavioral health teams have been involved as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Karen. I mean, I don't deny that you are doing work. The issue is that you're still projecting a 7,000 student enrollment decline and the loss of hundreds of teachers as a result. So the thing that we would request from the School District of Philadelphia is that we want a full analysis of all the schools in which you're learning whether you are losing kids and what you are losing them to, including whether they have moved out of city, whether they have been lost to cyber charters, and specific strategies that you're working with each and every school to be able to build back a re-engagement strategy that's on the base level. We have to know about specific school communities, including early learners. It is ridiculous that my colleague, Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, has problems enrolling her child at a neighborhood school. And if she's having problems enrolling her child at a neighborhood school, or has to make a choice that she has to send her child over 2 miles away, then definitely so many other families are doing the same and are at a loss and don't have the opportunity to have a direct conversation with you. I want to hear about disengaged high school students as well. And then finally, I think, as we go back into engagement, I'm just going to put on the record that, we're also talking about educators, and a recent study showing that the number of Black teachers in the School District of Philadelphia has plummeted to a historic low. 1,200 Black teachers need to be hired just to return to the numbers we had 20 years ago. And so additionally, I was surprised to see that we have more than 1 in 4 students who come from a family with at least one non-English speaking parent or guardian in the household. So I need to hear the school district's, again, strategy to specifically recruit Black and brown and bilingual teachers into the district. I would like to see that written out. We don't need to go through all the different things that you've done, but you're hearing tremendous concern. Again, this is not just a mere budgetary question. This is an existential crisis for the district and the city. When you lose kids, we lose residents. When you lose children, we lose family members, and people lose faith. And, we're going to hit a fiscal cliff. And again, if that facilities master plan is based off of this current numbers and projections, it is impossible for it not to be a school closings plan. And that is deeply unfair to an incoming superintendent, and it's unfair to taxpayers who expected that we would have learned some new lessons. So I will stop there and come around for a second group of questions, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gauthier.
Thank you, Council President, and good afternoon, Dr. Height, and to your team and members of the board. I wanted to make a comment about the state of our school facilities before I go into my questions. I'm very glad that the district has now embarked on a full-scale capital plan, but I also think it's shameful that we ever let things deteriorate to the point that students and parents are forced to protest in hopes that repairs will be made quickly. In particular, I'd like to note the efforts of the students and faculty at Paul Robeson High School. I'll be supporting them in their protest this Friday, but the crumbling facilities and lack of communication from the district that led them to take these actions shouldn't exist in the first place. And I think we all can agree that our kids deserve and require safe and healthy learning spaces. I wanted to go back to the issue of gun violence. I was pleased to see that that was such a substantial part of your presentation. Given that you address our city's current gun violence crisis, how do you then reconcile the absence of climate managers in every school? Climate managers not only de-escalate interpersonal school community issues, but they create and implement programs that teach nonviolent strategies and values. As an example, Bartram High School lost a climate manager in this budget, and 2 students were killed at that school right outside of Bartram. So how are we thinking about that?
Councilwoman Gautier, I'll start. And I know one thing that our Chief Financial Officer talked about, Mr. Munson. One, our enrollments are based on, our allocations are based on student enrollments. 2, in many places, we've increased the number of supports other than teaching positions that were previously referenced. And then 3, many of the budget allocations are in response to the selections that principals make. And so I wanted to actually ask our Chief Financial Officer to talk about the process that we use to provide individuals with the things that they have requested over not just this year, because we held all schools harmless last year, although we saw drops in enrollment last year as well. So Mr. Munson, can you add? And then I'll ask Karen, if we leave out anything, to talk about what we're doing from a climate perspective.
So I'll just add, and then I know let Karen talk about the school specifically. But in general, as I mentioned, the only position that really saw loss was enrollment-driven teachers. So, and even within that, there are still more EL teachers and more special ed teachers. So, but the number of climate supports, which was the highest number we've ever had in the current year, is actually higher for next year. So we had increased it last year and went up additional. So there were a lot throughout the system. We're over 392 climate behavioral specialists across the system.
Do we have them at every school?
Well, sometimes there are principal choice involved in some of those positions where principals can make trade-offs where they can choose what is best in the interest of their school that meets the school plan, consistent with the input from assistant superintendents, from the rest of the school body.
Did Bartram request not to have a climate manager, or?
I can't speak to them specifically. I don't know if Karen has more information on that specifically.
I know currently Ori Bartram has 2 climate managers, and yes, Councilwoman, it's not our decision. The principal makes the decision regarding the numbers of staff and the allocation of staff that they will have in their budget. So we can check specifically with Bartram to see what the decision-making process was with regard to the number of the number of climate managers that you have indicated. I was not aware that they were reducing the numbers of climate managers that they have.
Thank you so much. If you could get back to me with that information.
Absolutely.
I wanted to also ask you to lay out the specific programs that the district has implemented to address gun violence and the amount of money that the district is spending on each program.
So I'll ask that Chief Bethel come back on and provide us with some of the things we're doing directly to respond to schools that are impacted by gun violence. And then this is also partly a Karen Lynch response as well.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Height and Councilwoman. So one of the things we are doing, we're investing in a violence interrupter program using curative violence workers from Temple University. We were able to get a grant from the Neubauer Foundation to start that process to hire 2 workers. We're going to be doing that at Martin Luther King as well as Bartram. It'll be a demonstration to see how we can work more effectively in that space. Once I brought that to Dr. Height's attention, he also gave me additional funding. So we have roughly, I believe, around $600,000 over the next 2 to 3 years to be able to fully implement those programs in the school, with the hope that that can be moved to other neighborhood schools that we think identify as having gang-related issues. We dedicated around $900,000. Part of that was from the PCCD grant. I believe it was $250,000 from PCCD, as well as additional funding that the Dr. Height gave us to be able to set up the safe corridor, the safe path corridor that we're doing. And as you heard Uri talk about the additional restorative funding, we did ask for this year a $300,000 to support us as we expand our community youth courts to support our diversion work that has been going extremely well. Our mentoring work, investing in our mentoring to expand our mentoring work. Right now we're at 5 middle schools. And so we've been investing in those, expanding our mentoring into that program and as training and those activities. We just most recently took the kids on some trips and we continue to do that. We're also investing in our PAL. So we had presented a request to create 3 PAL centers in our 3 middle schools, one of them being Tilden because of the issue with Bartram, as we identified a violence model, having a PAL center as a feeder into Bartram we thought would be an effective tool. So we started that PAL center. It's going extremely, extremely well, and we appreciate Dr. Height's investment in that space. We also put a PAL center in Clemente, and we're doing Harding. These were 3 of our most challenging middle schools. The bell doesn't count for me, so I get to keep going. But that was
a point of information.
A point of information, yes, sir, Councilman Johnson.
Council President.
Chair recognizes Councilman Johnson for a point of information.
Was that $250,000 for safe quarters programs over 3 years?
No, the Safe Path program is a total of $900,000. I'm sorry, I missed it. Was a partial was paid by PCCD, and then we received additional funding to continue that over the next 3 years.
So just for clarity, $600,000 for violence interruption over 3 years, and $250,000 for safe quarter programs. Correct?
I'm going to give you the exact numbers. I didn't have those specific numbers, so I'm rounding. But I can provide the board the city council with the exact expenditures.
And just for the record, Ori, is the school district budget more than $3 billion? Just want to say that for information for the record.
Yes, it's $3.5 billion.
So the school district budget is $3.5 billion, and we're spending $600,000 for violence interruption workers over the next 3 years, and $250,000 for safe corridor programs. Is that correct?
Councilman Johnson, I'm going to clarify. I'm just going a piece of. I'm going to turn it over to Karen. This is part of a bigger pie. I'm only talking about a piece of where we are. School safety is just moving into the space, but Karen's team has been in this space for a long time. So let me kick it over to where there's a lot more money being expended.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to reserve it back to Councilman.
Yeah, Ms. Lynch. Let's respond.
Thank you. So, Councilman, you remember 2 years ago when we came before your committee, I think you and Councilmember Kim had an anti-violence, and at that committee meeting, we heard from Kathy Reeves from Temple University. Hers is a $360,000 effort that is now in 4 of our schools, and she is assisting us with funding that effort in 3 of the schools. But there's another $360,000. Anywhere in our budget where you see the involvement of prevention and intervention and behavioral health services, including our STEP budget. That's all directed toward, at this point, looking at the violence that's taking place, gun violence. They spend much of their time responding to crisis intervention related to violence and gun violence and addressing the needs, particularly of students. In addition, we have other efforts that are intended for the well-being and the I guess the support of adults in our schools who are experiencing tremendous feelings of depression and anxiety as a result of the gun violence involving the loss of their students. I also want to quickly, so it's only a fraction, and we can get you more of the dollars that are spent on this topic. I wanted to get back.
Sorry, I like my colleague's line of questioning about the total. What was the total spending?
Ms. Lynch, hold on a second. Hold on. We're not going to be talking over each other. All right. So, Ms. Lynch, conclude your response to Councilman Johnson's point of information, and then we'll go back to Councilman Gauthier so she can conclude her question. And then Councilman Johnson, you're next in the queue. All right.
Thank you. So I can't give a full dollar amount now, and we can get back with you with the full dollar amount once we look at the percentage of effort that a particular position might be providing toward anti-gun violence. Councilman, may I also address the issue that was raised regarding Bartram and the 2 climate managers by the councilwoman? Great, thank you. So Bartram has 2 climate managers assigned for this year and for next year. They have 2 counselors, 1 behavioral health counselor. They have a STEP coordinator. They also have a STEP case manager, and they have 2 climate liaisons. All are providing the services that we're talking about here. And it would be, the principal's decision to determine how he would like to allocate his budget. And that's how he has allocated his budget, knowing the issues and concerns that he has and that his students and staff have at that school. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Gauthier, are you, did you get a response, your conclusion to your last question?
I think we were waiting. I guess you'll get back to us with sort of the total spending in this area. I just would make the point that we are not in the pilot phase of our gun violence epidemic. 562 people were murdered in Philadelphia last year, and we're on pace to exceed those numbers. We should not be in the pilot phase of a response to the gun violence epidemic, whether we're talking about safe corridors, whether we're talking about violence interruption. The way that we're moving forward on these things does not match the pace and the scale of the issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Council President. First and foremost, I want to thank Dr. Height and his team. Dr. Height, as you make the transition, thank you for your leadership. I was with you from day one until now, and I thank you for not leaving. You know, oftentimes I've seen superintendents come and go, and based upon each new administration. So thank you for sticking and staying. And thank all your team. Thank Karen and Kevin Beth and Ori for all the work that y'all have been doing. I have a couple quick questions that I want to get in during this round. First is transition, because that's what I'm looking at now in terms of what the new paradigm shift is going to be when it comes with the district. We have a new superintendent. So, Dr. Height, can you just give us a snapshot on where we're at in terms of student achievement for reading, math, and the graduation rate, right? What do you count briefly as successes? And I know we started off talking about some challenges that we may have to look at. What is our transition plan for the new? We wouldn't know what the new superintendent is going to do in terms of his vision, but what is the transition plan to smoothly go into a new administration? And that's my first question. And then hopefully I can get the second part of this question in this round. And this is for Kevin Bethel and Karen regarding the Safe Corridors program, how schools are targeted, how many schools will be implementing Safe Corridors around the issue of public safety and gun violence. And then also, have we taken the approach of partnering with programs such as PAN that will come in the schools like they used to help deal with the conflicts that spill over from the schools into the neighborhood. That's a role that PAN played in the past. It doesn't play the role. It's not playing a role now, but has that been explored? So transition plan and then safe corridors and violence interrupters in terms of in the schools. And I might have missed that earlier because I know you did talk about violence interrupters.
So I'll begin, Councilman Johnson, with just where are we today versus where we were a decade ago. And I think that the one thing that is different now is a set of goals and what's called guardrails that the board has established. So regardless of who comes in my seat to the school district, and we know we all want to welcome Dr. Watlington here as the new superintendent, but the goals are not going to change. Those academic goals are around children reading on grade level, doing math on grade level, graduating with the ability to get into the college or to get into the job of their choice. And then it talks about some guardrails, which are the conditions around which. But more importantly, before the board established the goals and guardrails and the way we do progress monitoring now, we were already on a pace, and I've already talked about some of the graduation numbers that are markedly different now than they were a decade ago. Financially, we're in a much better position, although we have to be looking at the 5-year plan to understand after the federal monies what will happen. Many of the things that were historically cut from schools have now been returned and exceeded. As a matter of fact, for the 4th year in a row, the School District of Philadelphia was voted one of the best communities for music in schools, as an example, because all K-8 schools now have music programming, and that's just one example. And on our old accountability system, we had increased by 100% the number of children who were in better performing schools, and decreased, cut in half, the number of children who were in lower performing schools, which meant trending that children were just in better performing schools. Either the schools were improving or there were boundary adjustments, but children were in better performing schools. Naturally, I'm proud of things that we've been able to restore on behalf of children. I'm also proud of a lot of the work that is not just a palette. I know that was indicated earlier in terms of some of the work we're doing, but we were, we started some violence prevention work, I think was a year after I arrived, and talking about all of the work that we were doing in order to keep children safe. And while the School District of Philadelphia is not the sole, doesn't have the sole responsibility to control gun violence, we feel like we're doing making a significant step in the right direction to ensure that our children continue to feel safe to and from schools. I would add that with respect to the transition, and the board president can talk more about this, but I'm meeting with Dr. Watlington when he's here each week, a couple of days a week. We're talking about the work that has happened. He's coming up with his own perspective on how to do this work. I'm providing him with a lot of information just for the purpose of sharing that information to increase his body of knowledge about the school district, about Philadelphia, about our students, our staff members, and the community.
That's cool. Could you do this then? Just so, because I know he's going to come in, take over from where you are. Just give us a snapshot. Give me an achievement rate, reading, math, for I guess it's elementary, middle, high school students. I know Council President Clark asked about the graduation rate. So just give me those 3 snapshots. Because if I'm evaluating the school district from the outside looking in, right, or picking a school for like my toddlers, first thing I do when I come into the school system, and I talk to the school principal, what's the achievement record for reading and math for this particular school? And when I'm talking about my nieces and nephews for high school, I'm asking, what's the graduation rate? And that's the barometer I'm going to use if I'm going to make a decision to send my kid to that school. I just want to get an idea, that snapshot as we go into this new administration coming in.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Councilman Johnson. So the graduation rate is over 80% now. It's the highest it's been in many years. And we haven't, because of COVID, we haven't had the opportunity to take the state assessments, the Keystones and or the PSSAs for the past 2 years. We will be taking them this year, naturally, but we haven't been able to take them over the past 2 years. But with respect to what the board has established as their goals, we do have a formative assessment that we use on a regular basis. It's called a STAR assessment. And in the last meeting that we had with the board several months ago, we saw that we were seeing, because of the good work that's happening in classrooms and schools across the district, we were seeing progress across every grade and each kindergartner through 12th grader does those assessments. And so
Can we quantify that number, if you don't mind?
Yeah, the numbers change, Councilman, because they're different grades. So it's not, you can't put everybody into like a 1%, but it shows growth from where children started in the fall to where they score in the winter to then in the spring. And so we do that on the annual, and this is the first year we've done that across all grades. And so until we have the PSSAs again, I think the last time we took the PSSAs, we were about at 37%, 38% of the children 3 through 8th grade who were proficient in literacy. That number was much lower in math, and both of those numbers are higher than they were when I arrived a decade ago.
Councilman, this is Joyce Wilkerson. We'd love to have the opportunity to sit down with council members individually and go through our monitoring report so that you can see how we're tracking progress. Because we ask, the progress really varies by student group, it varies by income level, and would love the opportunity to sit down with you and say, talk about who's not succeeding, why aren't they succeeding, and what's the district going to do about it. That's the drill we go through on a monthly basis. We do it at a district level, but it's also done school by school, and would love to have the opportunity to sit down with you. And that, in terms of the transition, part of what the board negotiated with Dr. Watlington is his engagement with the district twice a week. He has spent, I guess, last week about 4 days in Philadelphia. He's been engaging with, he's been visiting schools, he's been meeting elected officials, he's been talking with various constituencies. He's putting together a 100-day plan that he'll be able to announce. He's focused on the things that the board has identified as priorities. They're not surprises. But would love the opportunity to sit down with you to talk about goals and guardrails and how we monitor it. And that's where you really can see some of the really, I think, significant improvements that are being made that involve a lot of heavy lifting by the district. Looking at the curriculum, looking at the kind of supports going into schools. But we'll follow up with you on that.
And if I may, Council President, so just to be more specific about responding to Councilman Johnson's question, particularly thinking about the transition, the goals are as follows. We're seeking to increase the PSSAs for 3rd through 8th grade for reading from 36% to 65%, and by 2026. To increase grade 3 English language arts from 33% to 62%, to increase math 3 through 8 from 22% to 52%, all by 2026. High school proficiency on all 3 tests, we want to increase from 26% to 52% by 2026.
Council President, I'm wrapping up on this, and I'll save the public safety question for the second round. But this question is to Ms. Joyce Wilkerson. Are those goals are there milestones a part of the contract for the new school superintendent? What was just mentioned, is that part of his I know it's kind of hard, but at the end of the day, sometimes some contracts may have bonuses. If the board says reach these numbers, right, and they may meet half or more than half, there may be certain incentives. Are those built into the contract?
Well, we don't have incentives, but the goals are incorporated into his contract. We have to revisit the exact numbers, so we established the goals and guardrails pre-COVID.
Yes.
And we're going to sit down with Dr. Watlington and say, okay, this is where we are now. This is what we're looking for. That's a huge part of what we're going to be negotiating with Dr. Watlington. And he understands that. He wants to be accountable. He believes that children in Philadelphia can, achieve at high levels. And so, that's part of, it's going to be in his evaluation. And
okay, that's what I wanted to hear. Thank you very much.
And
Thank you, Council President, for your attitude.
I will deploy Board Member Fix Lopez, who's done a lot of the monitoring around literacy and math, to sit down with you to step you through what it is that we do. She'll be reaching out to you momentarily, probably.
Okay.
Councilman Johnson, it's good to see you, first of all, as my district council person anytime, and I can definitely walk you through that. I just want to take the opportunity, since board president said my name, is to invite all council members and staffers to attend our monthly board meetings. So every month we spend 90 minutes to 120 minutes monitoring. And so I've done the last progress monitoring actually for the last 3 months, which focuses on English language arts, literacy and math. And one of the things, to go back to what Dr. Haidt said, is this is the first time, and Dr. Haidt, correct me if I'm wrong, in your tenure that we have seen the results, as you said, progress in every single subset group throughout all grade levels. And we're also starting to see an intersection between, as literacy rates increase, so do math, right? And so I think there's it's really an encouraging place the district's at, but I'd be happy to talk with you about any of those details.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Council President, for your attitude.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman O.
Thank you very much, Council President. Dr. Haidt, thank you for your service, and I wish you well in your new position. I do have questions and comments. So I am trying to follow and understand. First of all, when you talk about the results in terms of graduation rate, math proficiency, reading proficiency, does that come from public schools or a combination, well, let me say public non-charter schools, or is that a combination of public non-charter and charter schools?
It's just the School District of Philadelphia schools, Councilman O.
All schools, including cyber schools?
No, it doesn't include charters, nor does it include cyber.
Okay, so it's just the non-charter, non-cyber public schools.
That's correct.
The numbers that I have, which I want to, because I hear you say that this year it's 8, or last year, this year 80%.
Yes.
Graduation rate.
Yes.
And so I'm looking at a form that says graduation rate for 2022, 66%.
Yeah, I don't know what form you're looking at, Councilman. Okay. But I can, once, if you could send that to me.
No, you're giving me the official number there.
Yes.
And student, there's been a decline in student enrollment.
That's
correct. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And a projection of.
And Councilman O, if I may add, so if you compare it to the state data, then our calculations are a little different than the states because they're different time periods, and so we look at a specific cohort of students who have graduated over a period of time. The state may be looking at a different time period.
I'm looking at state data.
Yep.
The state data that I look at says 66% graduation rate, 23% math proficiency, 37% reading proficiency. Okay, so they're measuring something different. Is that what it is?
Yeah, they're measuring the same thing, but it's for different periods of time. So they may not be capturing the students who are coming from the alternative education programs that we include, because they do become graduates.
Do you have any indication, and you may not, where the students are going? The ones that are leaving the school district.
So we don't have an indication, but the PDE, the Pennsylvania Department of Education, just put out some information about enrollment changes between 1920 and this current year. And they looked at all of the LEAs. And that includes the non-publics, rural, suburban, school districts, charters, right? And so the enrollment change had every sector down. As a matter of fact, as Ori Munson indicated, more of those sectors had high percentages of enrollment declines than the school district of Philadelphia, with two exceptions. Cyber charter enrollment was up by 59.1%. This is across the state. And then by 59.5% homeschool. And so those were the only two exceptions that saw increases. Everything else saw a decline. And so yes, we suspect that we can account for children who are in cyber charters because they have to report it to the state. But we also can account for children who left the district and may have moved out of the city. But then there are others we cannot account for, and those are the ones we're trying to re-engage.
So this will not be your problem, but while I don't know the answer to that either, I will say that as a at-large council person who, hears from a lot of people, I am concerned when I hear people complain. When I hear advocates, supporters, and critics complain, when I hear teachers, administrators, parents, and students complain, that's giving me a wide universe of people who are complaining. Some people complained about, things that are beyond our control, the pandemic and the response to the pandemic. But other people are clearly complaining about a lack of responsiveness from the leadership of the school district. Lack of responsiveness. You've heard it when people complain about the reduction of public comment time from 3 minutes to 2 minutes, or when the magnet school lottery system was put in place, the parents at those schools that were impacted. And I think beyond the ultimate decision of what to do, just a sense of a lack of communication, concern, or hearing them out. Another thing does have to do with safety inside and outside of school and public transportation on the way to school. I remember that when we were talking to the new school board members, there were several school board members that talked about removing public safety officers, school police, getting rid of metal detectors. I understand that. However, it does send a message that safety will not be what it was. I do not know if it's true, but I understand that there has been a reduction in what used to be called school police, school safety officers. And, things like changing the start time to 10 a.m. While it's based on the science, let's say, in terms of after school programs, a lot of kids who must travel after school on public transportation back to Southwest Philly, North Philly, West Philly, they're not comfortable leaving school after dark and traveling on public transportation. Public transportation, even in bad neighborhoods, is much safer in the morning than in the evening. I mean, ultimately, how does the school re-engage with its faculty, its teachers, prospective employees, parents, and school children to give them not only a sense of being heard, but a process of being heard? I'm sorry, you're on mute.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman O. I'm going to ask Karen Lynch to chime in on some work that was done with some families to hear from them. But I also want to respond to a couple of the points you made. Number one, we do not have a proposed start time of 10 a.m. And we did put out a proposed high school time of 9 a.m. And we're currently still receiving feedback around that, including from young people that had a series of public town halls. I did one with my student advisory, had a good number of young people who gave us great feedback. We also have been doing feedback sessions with individuals who participated in this year's school selection. And Karen can talk about that. President Wilkerson can talk about the time differences for the public comment during board meetings. That's all in the realm or under the responsibility of the Board of Education. But I've been doing this a long time. I understand and have heard many complaints, to your point. But I think the thing that we have always attempted to do is be responsive. And it may not, we understand, it may not satisfy everyone's interest, but by the same token, we want individuals to understand the rationale behind which we are making some of the recommendations. Karen?
Thank you, Dr. Height. Councilman, I will share with you that just as Dr. Height said, we learn from our experience, and when we see opportunities to improve, and when you share with us ways to improve, we definitely move in that direction. We have had, over the last few months, we've had a survey that has been translated in 9 different languages that families that participated in the process of school selection this year could respond to. We've had 2 K through 12 parent participation sessions that were translated in Spanish and Mandarin. We have had, in addition to that, our research team has conducted individual smaller group sessions. There were about 8 of those where families that participated that were 8th graders could engage. I have personally had individual meetings, Zoom sessions with 1, 2, 3 parents that have asked. Any parent that has asked for a meeting, I've had a meeting with that parent. Anytime that I've received a response, email, I have responded to those emails. If you know of any parent that is trying to get in touch with us with regard to anything related to school selection, I would be glad to speak with that parent individually because I think the topic is so important. But I will also say that ours is an organization that translates material and makes material available for individuals that speak over 126 languages. I don't know of any other entity in the city that does that. We do not just oral translation, we do written translation. We have incredible contract fees for the amount of translation that we engage in every single year. And the reason for that is because we want people to know that their opinions matter, that they can give us input, that we are taking their input into consideration. So if you know of an instance where we have not been responsive, that's where we want to improve.
Thank you. My time is up. I appreciate the response.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Council President.
Chair recognizes Councilman Thomas.
It's afternoon now. Good afternoon, everybody. I want to start by first thanking the school district and your team for the work that you do as it relates to our young people. I definitely want to give a special thank you to Alicia Prince as well as Dr. Brooks, Dr. Prince and Dr. Brooks for working specifically with me over the last couple months on a number of different initiatives is definitely appreciated. I'm going to jump into my line of questioning because I have a lot of questions, and I'm already in the chat for the second round because I know I'm not going to get through them all. So with that being said, I'm going to start with sports because you guys know that that's my little thing. You in my correspondence with Dr. Prince, we've talked about the start time of school being moved back to 9 a.m. for high school students, which in turn will push the start practices back. Thinking about the fact that it'll get dark earlier and thinking about the line of questioning with my other colleagues, I'm wondering what plans will we have in place as it relates to traveling after school, and also what happens with sports, because now sports practices will be pushed back, and now we'll have young people traveling home from extracurricular activity a little bit later. So if you can, you know how this is, Dr. Hyde, our time is limited. So if somebody could just maybe take a few seconds to answer that part for me, and then I can move on with other stuff.
Yeah, Councilman Thomas, thank you for the question. I'll start with the bell schedule. And so just to be very quick around this, because I know you have a lot of questions. We will be maintaining the current schedules, the current athletic schedules. And so on game days, transportation pickups will remain at 1:45. Game starts will remain at 3:15 for both middle and high school athletics. Yeah,
That's where we want to kind of do some advocacy there, right? A lot of us are not in favor of the school time being pushed. But if the school time is pushed back, the one thing that we thought would be good is that games and athletic activity would not have to start at 3:15. That has traditionally been a problem for the public league as it relates to a lot of our sports, parents being able to participate as it relates to viewing activities and things of that capacity. So I get what you're saying, but I think we want to move in the opposite direction. And I got my council hat on, but I'm sitting on the board of PIAA District 12 as well as the coaches association with the public league. And based on the meetings that I've been in, we would actually be in favor of, if we are going to push the start time back, to also push the game times back to allow parents to be able to participate and come to those athletic activities. We thought that would be the catch-22. Well, it's like, okay, if we have to start everything later, our children are traveling later, at least games can be played later. And then you also can think about the fact that those young people wouldn't have to worry about that early dismissal and missing that class time on those game days as well, too. So just wanted to switch hats and have that advocacy in there.
Okay. No, I do appreciate that. Thank you. You want to go to your next question?
Yeah, absolutely. I also, Dr. Hyatt, and I know you and I have talked about this, I also wanted to put it on the record that we wanted to have more publicity for our championship games, our athletic championship games, football, basketball, things of that nature. Just wanted to throw that out there as well, too, as it relates to the sports stuff. I'll come back on the sports side on my second round. I also was looking at the presentation. A couple questions. How many elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools do we have under the School District of Philadelphia, traditional neighborhood schools? Elementary, middle, and high school. You can include magnet or not. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough estimate, Councilman Thomas, because I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. Unless, Ori, you have the exact numbers. Okay, so then I think we have 150 what we would call K-8 schools. There are about 54 high schools. And then the balance of those schools would be some iteration of middle schools or elementary/middle schools. So they're grades that could be like 4 through 8, or 3 through 8, or 5 through 8, or 6 through 8. And so it's roughly 150.
So you're saying 150 schools K through 8?
The element K8s, roughly 150 K8s.
Okay, so a couple things, and these questions came out of just your presentation today. So in your presentation, when you looked at out of school time, you talked about out of school time contracts for approximately 15 schools. I know that can't be all of the out of school opportunities that we have if we're looking at over 150 K through 8 schools. It has to be more than 50 out of school time based initiatives. But your presentation 15. But your presentation says 50. That can't be correct, right?
Can I just jump in real quick? 15 is just the pilot that we were trying to get to test it out right now with a larger rollout next year. 15 is literally just the pilots. That was just the starting point as we were rolling this out and developing relationships.
How many out of school time programs do we? How many out of school time programs do we have in our schools right now? Like, how many schools have some type of after school program in them right now?
I don't have the number for that, Councilman Thomas.
No.
Yeah, it's more than 15. Yeah, absolutely. Oh. And some schools are not using a provider. Some schools are using current staff that are also paid an hourly rate to stay with children, either to tutor or to co-sponsor a club or activity.
if you can get that number to the council president, it'll be appreciated. On the first page of your PowerPoint, you talked about federal government dollars being reduced. This is simple, yes or no. Have we talked to any of our federal partners to be able to talk about what can be done for the $11 million that we lost around title funds for Pennsylvania, as well as the $6.5 million we lost around food services program? Has there been any direct communication with our federal partners to figure out what that's about or what type of advocacy there needs to be to offset that? Okay. All right. I see you saying yes. That's great. Let me move on to the next question. So when I look at some of the things that we want to do, addressing poverty and issues around workforce development, I know my colleague, Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, has been adamant about this work. But a recent report from a number of different parties and dialogue with Dialogue has told us that there are 80,000 trucking jobs. So when I think about apprenticeship programs and I think about opportunities like trucking jobs that could pay up to $100,000 a year, I'm wondering, has the district had any conversation or are there any plans in place to be able to bring driver's ed back into our schools so we could begin to create a pipeline directly into the workforce of young people who want to do some type of truck driving or driving for a living? I'm told that these jobs can pay up to $100,000 a year, and I think it would be a great initiative for us to include this in some of the apprenticeship that's already being done, partnering with somebody like the Teamsters as well as the PFT to be able to make this happen. I'm already queued for a second round of questions, but Dr. Hyde, I would love to hear your response to that, and I'll be back for a second round.
Yes, as a matter of fact, to answer your question, yes, and we have some of those jobs available as well, Councilman Thomas, because we also need bus drivers and to your point, so yes, we have been, and additionally, we've implemented a training program where we're paying individuals to learn how to do that and to be ready to be certified to drive or have a CDL.
Do you have something sent to us in writing that tells us where the districts are currently with that and what the future plans are? Thank you, Council President. I'm teed in for a second round.
Yes, and part of a lot of the investigation, and this wouldn't be a shock to you, Councilman Thomas, is around the liability and insurance associated with making sure that we are ensuring that everyone's protected as they work through that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Don.
Oh, thank you, Council President, and good afternoon, Dr. Height.
Good afternoon.
You got a tough job. I've just been listening. It's not easy. And I will say this. I've been listening to all these meetings we've been having, and I think from the police to SEPTA to the school district to every department, coming through this pandemic was very, very difficult. And I think everyone did the best they could and really came out pretty much okay, not perfect, but we had no experience dealing with the pandemic. And so at the end of the day, I give you a lot of credit, your team, school board. I think you overall did a good job. Let me just go back, and by the way, all my questions only require lightning round answers, so you can be very brief in the efforts of time. When you started, Dr. Hyde, was that about 10 or 11 years ago?
10
years ago. I'm just curious because I'm looking at the bond ratings. What was the bond rating back then for the school district, and how were we financially managing the school district?
I think it was junk status, and we were facing at the time, almost a $1 billion, over a $1 billion revenue shortfall in our 5-year plan. In our extended plan. I don't think it was 5 years even. I think it was a 3-year financial plan then.
So we were categorized as junk status?
Yes.
Doesn't sound too good. What is our status today on the bond rating?
I think we are investment grade, or you can correct me if I'm wrong. We now have an investment grade rating, which means we can borrow money. We can borrow more money at lower interest rates, and take care of many of the things that we're able to take care of, and not load the operating budget up with a high debt service payment on an annual basis.
Well, I got to tell to you, Dr. Height, your team, everyone, kudos, because that's a tremendous change in 10 years from junk bond status to where we are today. That's amazing. So I appreciate it. I'm sure my colleagues appreciate it. That's really great. And we'll miss you. I know you're leaving, I think, soon, and we have a new superintendent coming in, but great job on helping us climb out of that financial disaster we were in 10 years ago. It's amazing. So I have a few other questions I'm going to just ask briefly. I know that we learned yesterday about real estate assessments increasing in the city of Philadelphia. And I was just wondering, what would be the plans, if you have any yet, because I know it's all new, for the portion for the school district, the increased revenues that will be coming to the school district? What is the plan on how to invest those dollars to maximize its return?
Mr. Munson, you want to take that?
So I think a lot will depend on exactly what the numbers are. And as I mentioned at the beginning, we haven't had those discussions with the city yet. And obviously, council and you and your colleagues need to weigh in on what exactly the end result will be for all that. I think once we know that, the best part about it is it's recurring revenues. So it would be ones that we could, that we would want to prioritize those types of investments, such as we were doing pre-pandemic in academics, and ideally looking at the investments that worked well during with the federal money, because that's one of the issues we're doing is really evaluating. So if there are things that worked well that we want to maintain, I think those would be the priorities, particularly as we look at when the federal money goes away.
Okay, that's true. Very good point. These are going to be consistent dollars coming to the school district. I have a comment I wanted to just make. I was listening and hearing that I think we're losing 7,000 students in the district. And I just want to make a comment that it could be from the last couple years during the pandemic. We saw people leave the city earlier than expected for public safety issues. They were concerned. And this is not just Philadelphia. This is every major city. They left the city because they wanted more space for their children, even though they're smaller, maybe not in schools yet, to be outside. And they also left for education. They felt some of the schools in the suburbs were better. And they accelerated their plans to leave. Like if they had 2 and 3 and 4 year olds, normally they would stay till they're going into kindergarten. They left earlier. And the big driver for many of that, not just was public safety in schools, was the low interest rates. Let's face it. Interest rates were 2.5% to 2.75%. And looking at buying a home somewhere else in the suburbs or whatever was a lot less expensive than they've ever seen. And even today, that rate has almost doubled. So my point is that I think we saw an acceleration of a lot of people leave the city. And I'm hopeful that that'll calm down now over the next couple of years, because those people that were planning to leave a year or two from now probably have already left. They took advantage of those factors. So that's a hope. So I did watch your presentation, and I was very pleased to see that you're introducing more financial literacy. That's great. And more opportunities for jobs. And I just want to pick up on Councilmember Thomas's idea. I think it's a pretty interesting idea that he proposed, and we should probably look into that. But I think at the end of the day, I was listening and thinking and saying the real goal here of our school district and our education is to create an environment where people want to come to Philadelphia to go to our schools, where people seek us out as the best district in the country for education for their kids. And that requires a lot of changing what we're teaching. It requires all the things we're talking about, facilities. But that is the key, really, in the long term. That's the key to the city's success, having a school system that people want to seek out versus go to the suburbs to send their kids to the schools. And I think one of the key foundations, as you know, I'm going to say this, is that financial literacy from K through 12, teaching technology from K through 12, teaching entrepreneurship. Teach people how to own a business and create wealth versus just getting a job. And then, which I see you're starting to do, is allowing students, kind of that Cristo Rey model in 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, to go to school for 4 days, work 1 day and get paid and get credit, and maybe even get a summer job. So they have 4 different opportunities, and it takes them off the street. But think about this. If we put this in place now, and 15 years from now, we will have been teaching technology, entrepreneurship, and financial literacy from K through 12. All of a sudden, as a city, we become very attractive to any employer who's looking for talent. We've created a workforce of talent. The companies, I don't know if it's Amazon then, whoever it is, will look to the city and say, I want to put my business here. And I think long term, that should be our goal. So having said all that, I have one more focus point, and that is we've become a hub for biotech and life sciences. And with special concentrations right now in the rapidly growing fields of gene and cell therapy, we're doing tremendous things in this area. And it's exciting to see these businesses growing in Philadelphia. We want to keep them growing because they're good paying jobs. But we also want to make sure that Philadelphians benefit as much as possible from these new jobs that pay well. So how do we make sure Philadelphians find their way into all levels of these cutting edge fields that could really make the most and make more diverse life sciences hub in the country? And my question is, have we been meeting with, for example, the 10, 15, or 20 or 30 life science companies and asking them, what do you need and how do we accommodate that? And can we give them some benefits as to hiring Philadelphia students from our schools?
Thank you, Councilman Dom. And not only have we been meeting with some of those organizations, we've been asking them not just what other skills students need, but what are the competencies teachers need in order to ensure that young people have those skills. And I'd go back to something that was in the presentation. We talked about the 21st century school models that prepare children or young people with some of the experiences that we want them to have. So in other words, the workday may not necessarily be in a classroom. It could be at one of those science labs or the laboratories or hospital or a logistical center. I mean, so we're beginning to recraft and reformulate some programming to allow young people to engage in the types of activities that you just described, but also understand that we have to equip our educators with the ability to also teach the children the skills that individuals have indicated are important.
All right. Well, I'm glad to hear that. And again, Dr. Hite, thank you for everything you've done for us. And I guess I'll come back on the next round. Thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Squilla. I know the councilman had something to do briefly. We'll come back to the councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Brooks.
Thank you, Council President. Good afternoon. So my first question is about community engagement. As you know, making sure the district is effectively engaging with communities has been an ongoing issue. I was wondering, what steps have you taken in how you approach community engagement to ensure that you're authentically encouraging or engaging with communities, specifically around the upcoming facilities planning process? And will it be different in your approach to community engagement? Because I really want to understand what lessons you learned from the past processes. For example, the CSPR process, the superintendent search process, and I want to make sure that you'll be using an informed approach for this large upcoming project.
Thank you, Councilwoman Brooks, and I want to thank you for actually helping us, as I know we have called you in the past to give us and help us with how we should approach some of the communications that we're having with families. I want to bring on my Chief of Staff, Alicia Prince, who has been working with the team that's setting up the engagement around our school facilities process. And so, Alicia, can you talk a little bit about the engagement?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Hite. Good afternoon, Councilwoman Brooks. Thank you for this question, because this is one of the things that when we revamped this process, we really took the information and the lessons that we learned from the CSPR process, which was paused because of the COVID pandemic, to really say, what do we need to do differently? And so one of the things that we knew was we were doing this process piece by piece and the engagement piece by piece. So it wasn't a citywide effort. So certain communities were getting conversations and not all communities. We really wanted to focus to make sure all communities were getting those conversations. We wanted to come in and not just start with, okay, here's the information, but instead the first round, which were those conversations Dr. Hite spoke about earlier, starting May 10th, to really make sure people understand the data and then also can provide their feedback on, oh, well, can you make this clearer for me when I look at the data? So when we dig deeper into those conversations, we also created a process guide so that people can look at those things to understand, here's the process, and make it really clear. We put the meeting dates out way more in advance to make that clear to people. And we also wanted to make sure we're meeting people where they need. One thing that we really have learned through the pandemic, through all of our different offices, is that engaging through these online platforms has been very helpful for a lot of communities, because if you have to go to work or you get off late, you can still hop on from your car. You can hop on and still make dinner and hear what's happening and still engage. And so we really wanted to pick up and use that as part of the process. And so additionally, then when we get to those fall meetings, we really are then able to say to people, okay, here's the first part. Here's what we learned and here's what we heard from you. Here's the next part. And then we're going back to the community again, even after that first round of conversation, to have a second round of conversation around here's what we heard in your meetings. We took that back and here's the feedback that you all put together. And we want to get one more round of feedback before we move to a final resolution stage. So really it was taking that the community in this process is a key component for us. And we can't just say, here's what we're doing, but instead, like, here's how we all do this together to build this master plan.
So were community members involved in creating this engagement process, or was it designed by like a consultant firm or in-house?
It was, we designed this in-house. We had some support of some consultants, but we also took the feedback. So when we were doing the CSPR process, we took the feedback that we got from those sessions from community folks around what their concerns were. So one of the big things were we didn't have information on the website before. Now we do. We have information that's on the website. People couldn't see school by school. People were just going by certain communities, so then they were waiting. Well, what's next for my community? When am I going to hear something about my community? So we wanted to really take that feedback that we heard from communities through the first CSPR process and use that. And then I think one thing that we learned as well, even from the board superintendent search process, was really how they did the conversations and how they had them. And so we really took that to be a part of this as well. So we did engage with public engagement organizations and communications organizations to really make sure that our communications and approach was really focused, and our engagement approach was really focused on how we meet the needs of our community and how we make sure their voice is the main voice in this conversation.
Thank you for that. I just want to make sure that we are including community members every step of the way. I do want to say you guys are doing a lot better from being, from where you came, but I just want us not to forget, each community, you have to engage very differently, and, the engagement looks very different. So I want to make sure that we're including actual community members in every step of the process and the planning of it when possible, as much as possible. And I want to know, are you doing proactive outreach to communities? So during the CSPR, it was mostly like the more affluent white school communities that were engaging. And I want to know, what are you doing to meet people where they are, rather than just working with whoever shows up at these meetings? Because the reality, some of our parents are most in need, or mostly need to be a part of this, or children are most infected. Are the ones that are probably at work, not available, and then try to make time. And I want to make sure that there are ways that we can measure that every community is being included, because you can't speak to the trauma and experience of the kids, the families in Kensington, when you're from Center City. So I want to make sure that that's happening, and I want to know, what are you doing to outreach, in terms of outreach to those various communities that are hardest to outreach to?
I agree with you 100%, Councilwoman. So one of the things that we are doing a little differently than we did the last time. So number one, we know that the best way to engage our parents, really, and that was what made it really hard for us during the pandemic, is through backpacks, right? And through that direct school level communication. So we have made sure that we have flyers at school. We've equipped our school leaders with information so that they can be pushing out that information through Class Dojo to remind parents to sign up. And then we have communication that goes out. We're looking at community letters, so community newsletters, community newspapers as well, to send out that information and make sure that they get that. And then finally, we are just going out. So we're monitoring who signed up, and that's one of the reasons we have that sign up process, so we know. And when we're seeing a lack of folks signed up in certain areas, we're doubling down on those community groups. We are reaching directly out in the engagement with community groups. So for instance, we met with the West Philadelphia community group, the Overbrook Association, and they pushed that out to schools right away on their Facebook group to communities to make sure we get it. So that's one of the ways we're doing that to make sure it happens.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. I just want to make sure that, we're doing this. And I thought about another thing in every other circle, we're talking about trusted messengers. And trusted messengers from the community is always the best way for outreach. And I want to make sure that we're using that same model, because it's really building and empowering every community by having a trusted messenger at every school to help deliver the information you're trying to funnel out. And it may not just be teachers and administration, it could be parents as well.
Absolutely, and we will continue to do that. And thank you for the feedback on that. We'll make sure that happens.
I know my time is up. I put in for a second round.
Mr. Council President, could I also give a point of information to a previous council member's question?
Yes, Dr. Height, please proceed. I think the president is attending to technical issues. Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
I was actually multitasking, I'm not gonna lie.
Understand, yes. To respond to an earlier question by Councilmember Thomas, we have 149 schools that have some version of an out-of-school time program. And that's not, these do not include the students where teachers are doing sponsorships of clubs. Additionally, there are some programs that the city also has, so that the city also hosts 84 programs in 70 schools. And some of those are duplicate programs to schools that already have another program, but the city is also supporting about 4,100 slots for individual children. So just wanted to add that because the Councilman Thomas asked that question about how many.
Thank you, Dr. Height. I think Councilwoman Parker was next, but I think she will come back on the second round. What I'd like to do now, Modesto, I'd like to take a brief 5 to 10 minute break. 10-minute break. I'm gonna gotta make some decisions on testimony from the public. So if you can just take us offline around 10 minutes, and we'll be right back. And the members of the school district, just stay tuned. Be right back.
Okay, thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
Mr. President, we are now live.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience. We are back now. We're going to conclude the testimony and questions for the School District of Philadelphia. We have adjusted the schedule for public testimony, so we're hopefully going to be in a position to do that around 3 o'clock today. For those of you that are awaiting public testimony, we are reaching out to those individuals who have been scheduled for public comment today. So I want to thank you all very much for your indulgence and your patience. So I want to conclude the first round. Want to recognize Councilwoman Bass because she did not get a first round, and then we'll come back and start our second round of questions. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Bass.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that. I want to, the problem with going last is that a lot of your questions have already been already asked, but I do have a couple things I just wanted to make mention of. And let me start out by saying to Dr. Height, I thank you for all the work that you put in. These jobs are not easy, and we recognize that. And, I'm going to be somebody who's going to miss you because you always pick up the phone. You're always very much available, even when I'm calling you with something, and I'm a little upset about something that's been happening in my district or throughout the city. You still take those calls. You take those hard phone calls, and I have an appreciation for that. That you'll sort of stand and take the fire. So we will miss you. And to all of your team, again, I know that these jobs are not hard. Are not easy, excuse me. They are hard. They are not easy by any stretch of the imagination. And with that being said, I'm going to just say a couple of hard things to you now on your way out the door. But one of the things I just wanted to mention or make mention of, and I heard.
Go get a sandwich because now there's 9 more council members.
Hold on.
Can ask questions.
Hold on. Somebody needs to go on mute, please. All right, thank you. Councilwoman, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay. So one of the things I wanted to piggyback off of is the conversation that some of my colleagues mentioned. I think Councilmember Brooks talked about community engagement, and that's one of the things that I wanted to talk about today. And I think she hit the nail on the head about just engaging the community and your constituency in a much more robust way. I have to say there's a couple of things that really left a lot to be desired by, parents, the school communities, those who care about our schools, and really the entire city of Philadelphia. And the things I wanted to mention begin with the change in start times. There was very little information provided ahead of time. There was very little input provided from your constituencies. There was no outreach provided to say, this is what we're planning on doing, thinking about doing. What do you think? How will this affect you, your family, your household? What is the impact that it's going to have? Sort of like a global vision. So there was none of that happening. The other thing was when there was conversation around special admission schools and the changes that will be made therein. And there was no conversation, there was no involvement. And, there was a lot of confusion around exactly what the policy was intended to do. I get the idea that we want to make sure that we have more Black and brown people who have been sort of excluded, that they have an opportunity to apply to these schools, and we certainly do want to support that. But at the same time, there was no conversation about, what do you think? How do you think this should go? How do you think that these changes will be embraced to the schools community? Is this something that you would like to see? Is there another way to approach this? What have other cities done? Just that sort of global conversation is respectful and really makes a difference in terms of how people feel about the input that they want to provide to the school district. And the other thing was obviously the superintendent search, which I know was through the board. But again, overall, there was not the level of inclusion that I heard from residents in my district that they wanted to hear and know and be included in the very process that says, this is who the new person is going to be. With all respect to Dr. Wadlington, I'm sure he's a fine person. He's already reached out and, is making the rounds, and that's a really good sign. And so I'm looking forward to working with him. But again, community engagement, involving your constituency, transparency, and widespread input from your constituency must be a part of the fabric in which the School District of Philadelphia, which operates on taxpayer funds, must do. It's not something that you should do, you could do, you might do. It's something that you must do, I think. And I just really wanted to be on the record about that. The other thing I just wanted to make mention of, and I know that this has been discussed in different ways, but around efficiencies. Schools close, schools move, schools change. And I have some great concern about schools, being sort of taken offline and instructional materials being left behind. I was just told just this week about someone who went into a school, and I cannot remember exactly what school it is, but if it comes to me, I will certainly reach out and let you know. But about materials being left behind, thousands and thousands of dollars worth of new textbooks, new this, new that, being left behind when a school is drawn down and closed and shuttered. And so that's something that I think in terms of efficiencies, the school district needs to look at who's responsible for that. When a school goes offline, who is responsible for making sure that even down to, awards and trophies and things of that nature that schools competed for and won and all of these things in schools that I have seen that have closed. It's almost as if someone walked out of the building, the last person walked out, locked the door, and that was it. And no one came in behind them except for maybe vandals and addressed any of the things that were left behind. So, these are the kind of things that really do give a lot of pause in terms of how people feel about the school district. And if we are doing a good job, if we're doing, is it operating efficiently? Is it doing what it's supposed to do and being the responsible partner that it should be in government and in educating our young people? So those are just a couple of things that I wanted to mention. And the last thing I just wanted to mention, and I wanted to mention it in a way to I don't know, just address something that's kind of bothering me a little bit, and that's the way that our school district is perceived. And we all know there's a great television show out now about school district schools, which is Abbott Elementary, which really, gives a very interesting viewpoint. And listen, I really do enjoy watching Abbott Elementary, but it really does draw down or puts a spotlight on the school district of Philadelphia and how money is spent, how things are done. And I remember I saw, when the reviews came out about the program, it talked about that the program was hilarious. And it was, I took exception with that word because it really is kind of hilarious in the way of you see somebody tripping and falling and you laugh at that. It's really not funny. Somebody may get a chuckle out of it, but it's really not funny at all. But it really does draw from the operation of our schools. So I really want us to, do better, be better, get better. And I know that standing as a partner is a true way to see that happen. When we have criticism, it's important to bring that criticism to light. But the other question that I think we all have to ask ourselves is, what can we all do? What can we all do to assist the district to do better for all of our kids? So, I just, again, I thank you for your service. And listen, we're all here to be helpful. So thank you, Dr. Height. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Council Lady. Councilman Squilla was not available when we called for the first round. Councilman Squilla, are you on now? Councilman Squilla, I was told you were back. Okay.
I am back.
Oh, there you go, sir. All right.
There you go.
Chair
Apologize. Sorry for the delay. And thank you. I did miss some of the questioning too, so I'm sure probably some of these have been answered, and I will submit questions in writing. The questions I had too when I met with you guys previously, and I think it was that by 2024 or 2025, all the water fountains will be converted. Was that what I heard?
Yes. Reggie McNeil is coming on too. So,
okay.
Reggie, you want to answer that question?
I was just coming on to say yes.
Yes.
So what was it, 24 or 25? And
2025, Council.
2025, and that will, the number of all the schools right now have at least is it one fountain or one water dispenser on each floor? Is that correct?
So each school has at least 3 hydration stations installed already.
Each school has at least 3.
Yes.
All right. So and then by 2025, all the schools will be fully done at that point.
Correct. There's 800 more hydration stations to be installed, and we'll have that.
And I think the reasoning was, and I correct me if I'm wrong, was that it wasn't a resource issue, but more of a capacity issue to be able to do these when kids weren't in school.
Correct. We don't have we did not have the capacity to get them done at the time, so we've increased we're trying to increase our workforce, not just in-house, but also through contracted services to get these hydration stations installed.
So do we have an estimate like how many will get done over the summer, since most of these schools will be closed at that point?
We have 145 that will be done by September of 2022.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And I know Councilmember Green had also asked the questions on the lead and mold. I mean, the asbestos and mold, and it's going to include the lead into the current legislation. But is there an estimated time on when all the schools will be fully inspected and a detailed list of what work would be done?
So we have a goal on making sure that we are get to our 3-year inspections for AHERA within the next year and a half. So we are continuing to inspect schools now for asbestos, and we always deal with the management, or excuse me, the asbestos as we continue to inspect. If there's an issue, then we deal with that head on, and we don't delay that. But as far as completing our AHERA inspections, we're looking for about a year and a half out. That's our goal.
All right, and we're still working collaboratively with the schools and the PFT to make sure that all the guidelines are met, and I guess maybe with the possible new legislation in place. Is that something that you guys are looking at?
So we are looking at the new legislation to see how we can even comply with it. But we do have a relationship with PFT that we haven't stopped as far as inviting them to certain sample testing that we do at our schools. So that hasn't stopped.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, can you hear me? Is my sound working well, Mr. President?
Sounds
yes,
good.
It is. You're good.
Okay. Thank you so very much. Dr. Height, let me lend my voice to the choir, saying special thank you for your service. Haven't had the opportunity to work with you since my days in the Pennsylvania General Assembly. So I commend you for the work you have done. Wish you well in the future. And also agree with Councilmember Johnson. I thank you for not bailing on us, because we did need your professional prowess bad. With that being said, Dr. Height, I want to go back to a question that we talked about during our briefing. It's one that one of my colleagues has already mentioned, but one that I've often asked since my tenure in this body, and that is relative to the number of Black teachers who are in the school district. Now, for the benefit of the viewing public, I just want to note that the stats that you just heard a little earlier about Philadelphia public and charter schools as well as district, that they employ nearly 1,200 fewer Black teachers combined last school year compared to 20 years ago, is not a data point that we are pulling out of the sky. It is a product for research for action report. With that being said, Doc, tell us what you are doing to shore up that pipeline. And I also need you, because I listened to your presentation, what you talked about with the partner institutions associated with the paraprofessional program. I saw a lot of local partners, but I did not see Lincoln University. So Black teachers, particularly Black men, and I've asked that question every year, because you can't be what you don't see. And also, where is our other historically Black college, Lincoln University, in that program?
Thank you, Councilwoman Parker. I'm going to ask our Chief of Talent, Larissa Shambo, to come on, and who has specific information around some of the things that you just asked. Oh, she's raising her hand. So I'll start so that we're not waiting for her to be signed on. One of the things I think that is really important is to acknowledge, you're right, that those data points didn't just come out magically. Those are data points that have come from the Pennsylvania Department of Education. And as we know, as we are seeing in Philadelphia, because also we're the largest employer in the Commonwealth of Black and brown teachers, we also, our pipelines depend on to a large degree, individuals who are coming from colleges and universities, both locally and nationally, simply because of the numbers of individuals that we educate.
Dr. Height, if I can, let me just jump in here and just note, not just is Philadelphia the largest employer of Black teachers out of all counties in the Commonwealth. The additional stat that we should put on the record is that in the same research, it noted that Black students who were exposed to Black teachers by third grade, they were 13% more likely to enroll in college. And if kids had 2 Black teachers by the third grade, Hart said in this research, the likelihood of college enrollment literally jumped to 32%. And so I want people to understand we're making a direct correlation to academic outcomes for Black students when they get the opportunity to see someone who looks like them teaching them. And that doesn't mean that we don't need all great teachers, right? Because I've had a lot who empowered me. And that's why it's important to note that.
Yeah, no question about it, Councilwoman Parker, and the individuals. This is not just we now know by evidence from research that if young people are exposed to a Black teacher, then they're more likely to graduate and to enter college. And so, what's one reason we're starting with the paraprofessionals, the demographics of our paraprofessionals are more closely aligned to the communities that we serve and the demographics that are in the schools. Many of them are parents. Many of them live in those communities. But more importantly, we have to deal with the pipeline issue. And the pipeline issue is really going to be how we are more positively talking about teaching as a profession. And to me, it's somewhat demonized over the past 3 to 5 years. Not just here in the Commonwealth, but across the country, and we have to.
Doc, you know the clock is running. Lincoln University, where's LU, Doc? Where is LU, and are they being recruited to be a part of the program?
Yeah, so we're talking to LU as well as the other programs. I just mentioned the other programs because they already had programs established. Lincoln also, we're trying to establish a program with Lincoln University as well, but the other ones I mentioned, they were formal programs that had existed before, and we are developing and building on those. But we certainly are interested in partnering with Lincoln as well, and in talking to Lincoln University as well.
Thank you, Dr. Height. We don't want to leave any of our PA HBCUs behind in the midst of this discussion, so I thank you for including that on the record. I also want to go back to an issue. Again, this has been every year. We know about the diversity of the school district in terms of our attendees. Another issue that we rarely talk about is out of that $3 billion budget, $3.5 billion, I think Ori said, School District of Philadelphia budget, on an annual basis, there are a lot of firms that build wealth doing business in the School District of Philadelphia that is serving a majority Black and minority constituency. If you will, tell us, what is the overall dollar amount that you have spent in contracts just doing business? And if you could give us those numbers relative to the demographics, MBEs and WBEs, and the answer may be lengthy. What I'm going to ask you to do is to not put the data on a record now, but to send it in writing to the council president for distribution to all members, because what I may have to do after some conversation with members of your team, we talked about some issues that I had concerns with, and I will have to, Dr. Height, when we review that information, I will get back to you, Ori Munson, and to tell you what my hope will be about the next steps to address the concerns that I raised. But it's important that we wanted to get that on the record, and we look forward to receiving that information.
I appreciate that, Councilwoman Parker. And then just going back to the LU conversation, for the paraprofessional program, just specifically, those were all the schools that responded to the RFP in order to do that work. We do work with LU in other types of pilot programs and attracting Black teachers. But for that program, they didn't respond to the RFP.
Thank you so very much, Mr. President. I heard the bell. I do want to note for the record, for the benefit of the McCleskey Elementary PTA parents who are watching, along with the Finletter parents, Dr. Height, my team will be meeting very specifically with your office regarding some challenges we're having at 2 different school sites where the Department of Recreation has some capital projects ongoing with our rec centers, but on at one location we have major flooding that we need the School District of Philadelphia to address, and over at Finletter, because they will be without recreational facilities, the subpar playground area that we have over there, the parents have been through petition, through calls to my office, talking about the need to ensure that playground equipment and that basketball court is installed, because for so long they will not have access to that. But I look forward to meeting with your team to come up with some solutions to address that issue. And Mr. President, thank you very much for your leeway, sir.
Thank you, Council Lady. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President, and thank you to Dr. Height and the school district team. I wanted to go back to the questions I had earlier relative to seeking to enroll students in the school district of Philadelphia. I also have questions relative to, of course, career and technical education. I know the topic has already been broached by my colleague, Councilmember Dom. I mean, you all know that's a very unique interest of mine relative to ensuring we're creating pathways for young people. And my last question will be around conflict resolution. But I wanted to start by getting on the record, if I could get data around the projected enrollment versus actual enrollment for every year since 2008. Okay, and I think that data is important to looking at trends, particularly after all that happened in 2008 and 2009. I was a legislative aide in council during that time, so I remember being in those meetings with all of the folks at the district. And so if we could get projected versus actual enrollment from 2008 and every year thereafter until the projected enrollment for this upcoming school year, that would be exceedingly helpful. And so if someone from the district could quickly, with the limited time I have for second round, talk about the process for enrollment and about the boundary changes, because my concern is that if I am dealing with this issue for a second time in 2 years, I can only imagine the amount of parents who are dealing with this issue across the city, and we just don't know because they don't know to let someone know. Obviously, because I was born and raised in Philadelphia, I'm a product of the school district. I worked at the school district. I have children in the school district already. I intimately know about the school district of Philadelphia. And so I want to be real clear about this, that if this was something that was easy, I feel as though it should have been fixed from 2 years ago when I brought this to everyone's attention. I did not, make a big deal out of it at that time because I had a surety that this issue would be resolved. And here we are again 2 years later and still nothing. And so I'm concerned that this is messing with our projected enrollment numbers, which then impacts the staffing that we need for each particular school. And then it impacts when you all will turn around and say, oh, we don't have enough students to keep this school open. And I just feel like it's a sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy that we need to avoid if the district is ensuring that every, family that seeks to enroll their student in the district is able to do so. And it should not be this hard to enroll your child in your closest local public school. It should never be this hard. And I'll go on the record and say that I haven't even enrolled my son in kindergarten yet because I can't. The system won't even allow you to do so. And so I really need you all to walk us through this process and help us understand what is wrong. How can you identify everywhere in the city where these boundaries need to be updated so we can get this fixed? Because it's preventing young people from getting into the school district.
Karen,
Thank you. So, Councilwoman, very, very quickly, because I've been asked to be brief, I'll say a couple of things. One, the issue that we're talking about is a feeder pattern issue. From your address, Renaissance Charter School is the identified feeder, and there's an agreement with that charter school for the addresses that feed to that school. So, and from that school, the students feed into Blankenberg. They don't feed, even when they live very, very close to Gompers. And so changing the feeder pattern is a process that typically school districts go through, where they involve parents, they involve community, they talk about the boundary changes and what's going to happen and what schools at what locations at what addresses.
But Karen, with all due respect to the response and the work I know you all have been seeking to do, why hasn't that happened over the last 2 years?
It didn't happen over the last 2 years because of COVID, and engaging parents during that time to do a boundary change was just something that it's all over the city. But right now, you heard earlier about the facilities planning master plan project, where we are engaging parents, where we're looking at the capacity of schools. It will be rolled into that process, and we will be able to look at feeder patterns like this. I just want to point out, in this instance, we're talking about signing up online. The way that we solved the problem was to manually contact the families within that community and ask them what option would they like to take. That's how we solved it the last time. That's how we will address it this time. But it's a manual process. It's not a process where you can sign on and sign up, enroll for the school that you would like to enroll. If we allowed, through the process, anyone to sign up for the school that's closest to them and not the school that is assigned to them, we would have great challenges. What we can do is try and identify instances where we can manually contact, as we did in your instance, families that are closest to a school and make that opportunity available.
And I heard the bell, so I will respect the time, because I want to be respectful of the public that is seeking to testify with us. But Council President, I really needed to get this on the record today, because I will tell you, if I did not reach out and say something, this is the second time this has happened. It wasn't that the school district reached out to me because I went into the system and suddenly there was an issue. No, I had to reach out to you all again. No, it's not independently happening. And I'm telling you, if it's happening to me in this way, and for the second time in 2 years, it's happening all across the city of Philadelphia. And if we don't fix this, we're going to be at a spot like we were in 2008 and 2009. I was here. I was a legislative aide in city council, and everyone was talking about these closures because of the lack of funding and enrollment challenges. But you all, with all due respect, you all are creating and causing this issue. You know it's an issue, and no one is fixing it.
Councilman, sorry.
And I needed to get this on the record publicly, because if not, I fear that no one will do anything about it. And I have to give kudos to Dr. Watlington, because he's already reached out and I let him know that this is an issue. I'm happy that he is communicating directly with members of council, but I know and understand this issue intimately. And I'm telling you for sure, if it's happening to me, it is happening all across the city. Your projected enrollment numbers and quote unquote challenges with enrolling young people at certain schools will then turn into the basis of you saying you have to close more schools and say it's nothing we can do about it. But you could do something about it now. And no one's doing anything about it. And it's been 2 years. And I understand it's been a pandemic, but it was okay to do engagement with the new superintendent search. That happened during the pandemic. It was okay to quote unquote do parent engagement when you had the special admission process situation, which it wasn't much engagement. You all announced it and then you dug your heels in and didn't want to hear from anybody, because I know how that process works, because I went to Masterman. And I have a child in this special admission school who came in under the old process on her own merit. So I hear what you're saying, but what you're saying, and I say this all the time, we listen to what you say, but we are watching what you do. And you will say anything on these public hearings to pacify us and make it seem as if this is okay. But it is not okay. And if this is a root issue that we need to address, then we need to address it, and we need to have a commitment from the school district to address it. Because while Dr. Height is ending his 10-year tenure, okay, of excellent service to our schools, someone else is coming in, okay? And a lot of the folks that are there internally will still be there, and we will still have to work with all of you. And so that is the challenge that I am seeking to address today. And I'm fearful that if I do not get this on the record, with all due respect to those that are waiting to give public testimony and to my colleagues and our leadership team, I fear that you will not do anything about it for another 2 years. And then 2 years later, you'll say we have to close 10 more schools and 20 more schools and 30 more schools. And it's unacceptable. And I want to continue to talk about this, and I am respectfully requesting of our leadership team at this time that we have callbacks that include the School District of Philadelphia, the entire administration, so that we can have additional time to probe these issues and some of the other issues that we must get on the record as a part of this budget process. I am not comfortable with moving past this moment without some level of assurity that we can bring the School District of Philadelphia and the administration back before City Council in a public format to address these concerns.
So, Councilwoman, I just want to say one last thing about this matter. When you say that it's a GIS issue, this is not a matter of signing on to the system and not being able to enroll in schools. Parents are absolutely able to enroll in schools, and I want you to know that I hear you.
Respectfully disagree with that comment, and I am reclaiming my time, and I respectfully disagree with that comment. Because I have not been able to enroll my son in school, and I'm sure I'm not the only parent who has not been able to do that. And yes, if they want to enroll at whatever school you all have selected for them, they will be able to do that.
Exactly.
But that doesn't make it right. My closest local public school that is 0.7 miles away versus 2.1 miles away, we know the school, okay? Now I respectfully disagree, Karen. With all due respect to you and the work we have done together, I disagree. Because I'm not able to do that, and so many other parents are not as well. So again, I respectfully request of our leadership team and the administrative staff at the School District of Philadelphia that before this budget process concludes, that you all come back before City Council at a date that is yet to be determined to publicly provide us with answers to the questions we have, of which I have many. And I have waited all year and several months for this process. Thank you, Council President, and my sincere apologies for the delay.
Thank you, Councilwoman. The request is duly noted, and we will be scheduling shortly on callbacks. Chair recognizes Councilman Thomas.
Council President, and thank you to my colleague for her passionate testimony yet again. I know how it feels to be a parent and struggle with trying to provide the best service for your child. I'm going to jump back into my line of questioning. On page 11 of your presentation today, there looks like you plan to spend $350 million in the focus area of support, educational recovery, and accelerated learning. Of that $350 million, please tell me that you have about $1 million or $2 million for Freedom Schools, because I've been in City Council now for years, and I've been screaming to the administration as well as to the school district that not only is Freedom Schools a phenomenal program as it relates to academic and social support, but when we're talking about this issue of poverty, issues around violence, Freedom Schools is the entire gamut. I have a resolution in City Council right now calling on the city as well as the state to invest in Freedom Schools like Illinois is. Illinois is using recovery dollars at the tune of $17 million to help address some of the same issues that I just talked about. So I've been saying it for years now at this point. Resolutions, hearings, meetings, on the record, off the record. Please tell me that out of the $350 million that you plan to spend, that you do plan to spend some on Freedom Schools.
So one, it's not specifically the issue of freedom schools, Councilman Thomas. Thank you for the question. We are using a freedom school model, and the freedom school, and so that model is going to be in place at Duckery. So that is, and we're continuing to do work with Brother Ameki and others who are helping us to look at where those models could be a part of our extended year programming. And so a part of the $350 million speaks to the extended year programming. Freedom Schools is a part of that, and one in particular is going to be at Duckery for K-3 this summer.
Dr. Hyde, that was a phenomenal answer, but it's absolutely disappointing. That is 100% disappointing. Since we already have the school district coming in on callback, courtesy of my colleague's request, I'm going to ask that the administration join that because I'm going to take a hard stand this time around. I've been asking for it for 2 years. We have issues around public safety. We have issues around academic support systems. People always say, fund programs that work. I'm a living testament that the program works, right? Not only me, other members of city council as well, too, have been a part of the Freedom Schools program in one capacity or another. When I was in, I say my junior year in high school, maybe my junior or senior year, we had 23 Freedom School sites across the city of Philadelphia. At that time, Freedom Schools employed over 200 high school students all across the city of Philadelphia, hundreds of college students, thousands of young people between the grades of kindergarten through 8 were participating in a program. And on top of that, I can tell you, if you look back at that time, which was about 20 years ago, and look at the young people who participated in that program, because I know a lot of them, and where we are now as an adult, I can assure you, you will not find another model more successful than the Freedom Schools model. It's a reason that Illinois is investing $17 million. There's a reason that Marion Wright Edelman and folks out of D.C., as well as leaders here locally, Dr. Greg Carr and tons of other people have been telling you. We had people testify in council last week, talk about the importance of Freedom Schools. So this is partly to Dr. Height, but this is to the entire school district and more importantly to the administration. When I first won my city council seat, folks said, Isaiah, what's going to be a priority to you? Freedom Schools. I've been saying it for years. I don't know what else to do at this point. So I just wanted to put that on the record first and foremost. In the last week, I've been to 2 public schools, Kenderton in the 8th Councilmanic District of Councilmember Bass, as well as Southern High School in the 2nd Councilmanic District of outside of advocating for this idea of games not being at 3:15, right? Because that's a big thing. If we're going to start schools later, and we want to see game time start later, and we want to see a safety plan around commuting home later once it gets dark. You all have $325 million that you are looking at to improve facilities. I personally work with the school district to help get a scoreboard to Frankfort High School. I was in Southern last week. I was in Kenderton last week, and the facilities there are not up to par. My concern is that even when we do get the items that we need, and it's purchased, the installment of those items take months. We had the scoreboard at Frankfort High School well before basketball season started. I want to say in October or something like that. It's May, and that school board still hasn't been installed. So I'm really worried about what the plan is going to be moving forward around sports. And I do have several more questions, but I don't know, Council President, I'll wait, hold off, submit them, come back for a third round, whatever you prefer as it relates to the work that we need to do. But Dr. Hyde, if you could just help me with that last thing, and then Council President, I'll follow your lead for the rest of my items.
Thank you. Well, at a minimum, Councilman, per request, which we likely we're going to do anyway, we'll have the school district come back. It's just a lot of issues. I really would like to have them back when Dr. Watlington can be available. And I know he won't know much about, the questions that are asked, because he would just be here. But, he does need to get a perspective, a head start on what it's like to be before the City Council of Philadelphia and the perspectives that we have and the concerns and the questions that we have. So we'll figure out the scheduling of the follow-up meeting. Okay, but thank you, Councilman. We'll get one way or another. We'll get responses to your question. Leave it. Thank you.
Thank you, Council
Chair
President. But record around the sports and facility issue. Again, the start time was one thing. I'm hoping that we can get some commitment to that. But if we can get something around infrastructure in our schools, right? Facility issues are big time. And even when we get the supplies we need, they're not installed in time. We can't just ask building engineers to do this stuff. So is it a staffing issue that we're facing? And if we are, what's the plan? Because you have $325 million that you plan to allocate to improving facilities. And based on my work, you know, even when we do get it right, we still get it wrong.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Councilman Thomas. But I would also add that this goes back and speaks a little bit to the environmental stuff. And so one of the things that we wanted to make sure is that if, in fact, anyone has to drill into anything, we have to ensure that you're not going to be disrupting something that's going to cause a bigger problem. And so, the scoreboard is going to be installed, but there's a whole environmental process that we also are engaged in whenever we are installing new equipment that requires drilling. That could be anything from cameras to scoreboards to signs, but we just have to make sure we're being ultra diligent around that issue, not to create another or a different environmental, what may be an environmental problem at the school.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gim.
Thank you very much, Council President. So, again, I think Councilmember Gilmore Richardson and I have focused, and others have focused specifically on the enrollment engagement issue. It's critically important. Again, I think Karen Lynch had mentioned that if the district enrolled children in the schools that are closest to them, that the district would have problems. And I'm wondering if you can elaborate on what you mean by that.
That is not what I said, and if that's what it sounded like.
Could you clarify? Because I think you noted about...
I was talking about the online process of enrolling online.
Okay.
What happens in that process? Because we have a process that's K to 12 that allows for students, families to apply annually to attend a school that's outside of their catchment. We have a process for choice, right? And there are other means that are related to choice. In this instance, we're talking about a charter school and enrolling in a charter school, and whether or not you can enroll in a charter school from the school district's online process of enrollment. And that's not possible to do.
Right. No, I understand that. I think I was talking more about proximity. Can a parent enroll at a school that is most proximal to where they live? And
sorry.
No, go ahead.
Online, from the online registration enrollment process, you only have the option to enroll in a school that is assigned to your address. So you go into the system online, and the system will point to, you put in your address, and it will point to the school that has been assigned to your address. And the reason that the system online does that is so that we don't have families that are trying to enroll in any school that's located anywhere in the city through the online process. That's the point I was trying to make. Thank you.
Okay, that helps clarify. I think one of the questions, though, is about that proximity, and if an individual, and making sure that there is a means to be able to address like certain issues, so that you don't want siblings to get split up, for example. You want to make in case catchment boundaries change. You want to have consideration for proximity. Again, these are some of the things that we want basic problems to be fixed. We want the district to be responsive when it's a reasonable request. You're certainly not trying to create inequities and privileges and preferences, but it's something that as we maintain enrollment engagement of families, it feels really important. I mean, I won't even go into what, I think was a disastrous decision by the district to take Carver families, for example, and not allow them to enroll, in ninth grade when a promise was made for them. That's like 66 families that could easily have been accommodated, in part because the district over-enrolled, and added hundreds of new students to their 9th grade and did not include those students. So, like, I don't want to go into that whole thing, but this is another example of where the districts, need to, you want to fix problems and address bigger issues like diversity, which Carver didn't really have an issue with, but, we really need to be thoughtful. And these families, their choices that are made, their children's lives, they don't get to repeat them again. And so it's another reason why we are doubling down on enrollment, engagement, fixing problems that should be fixed, not incurring self-owns. And it feels like we are still struggling with that. So I'm going to pivot a little bit away, but I'm glad that we got to clarify that. So I wanted to pivot a little bit into following up with my colleague on the gun violence issues. Dr. Height, as you know, we have drilled down on supporting schools, identifying them. Is the school district able to follow up with us to share data analysis on school enrollments of shooting victims, the last known school that they attended, additional supports that are going into those particular school communities? We want to particularly understand the communities most impacted by gun violence and whether any of that has shifted.
Yes, and in fact, Karen can give us some information, but yes, to answer the first part of your question, we can provide information about the follow-up to the young people who have been impacted or victims of gun violence. Then Karen, did you get the second part of the question?
If it could be repeated, that would be helpful.
Yeah, we're just going to be asking to make sure that the original data that we had from 2020 has anything shifted? Like, are there new communities and or schools that we should be adding to that list as we start to zero in on making sure that the city and others are in support of those schools and that we have a lot of attention and additional resources that are going to them if they have, if they're experiencing, inordinately incurring the costs of the gun violence, especially as it involves young people.
We receive that data from the police department, so we can go back to the police department and ask them. And my guess is that from the Office of Children, Youth, and Families, the additional zip codes that they're going to be using for the community schools.
Yes, we get zip codes. We don't get schools. And you definitely are the only entity that has the school-related data because we've asked for that. I think that the police department has zip codes, but you're the only one that can match a zip code with a school. So what we're basically saying is that in 2019, Dr. Height, or 2020, Dr. Height shared with us the 25 schools most impacted by gun violence with young people. And what we want to do is 2.5 years later, we want to review that data again and make sure that we're paying attention to any shifts and additional resources that are going there. So is that something that you can provide to us? Because I don't think we're going to get it from the police department or for children, youth, and families because they don't match with schools. You're the only one that would have the school data.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And then, I just want to put on the record, because I think we're only going to have these this second round. But, again, with the issue around schooling, we're really concerned and have heard a lot of concerns from principals about the district's preparedness to support high schools and students in meeting new graduation requirements that are planning to go into place next year. So again, this is more reason why we cannot see the loss of 350 teachers, especially at these schools as they're going through it. So we want to go back to the district. We'll put some of these questions, but I want to put it on the record. A 1 to 650 student counselor ratio. So I'm glad that a second school gets 650 students, but the 649 student high school only has one counselor. And that is going to leave a lot of students in the lurch when it comes to meeting these requirements. So we should be prioritizing schools with higher numbers of off-track rising seniors for additional counselors. And, we'll be asking the district to provide back to us the how many rising seniors are in danger of not meeting the various graduation requirements broken down by school. So obviously I don't want names, but we want to deliver resources specifically to those schools. And then finally, to put on the record once again, and this is my last one, but we have been really involved with SEPTA and getting a Key Advantage program that provides institutions a pilot institutional pass. So for a significantly reduced rate, the entity asks people and individuals to sign up for a all rail pass. And I know it was on your list of things that you felt that maybe it's something that you could get help with. And so we had developed this program. We're piloting. It's got enormously popular. We've seen thousands of new riders and thousands of new riderships coming onto the system. But I guess this is one of the questions that I would ask of you. This is an incredible program. It's reduced rates. We're hoping it will be permanent. But has the district considered trying to join the SEPTA Key Advantage program, particularly for non-teacher-based staff? It could also include your teacher-based staff, but especially for the non-teaching-based staff, that is a significant boost potentially in appeal, in an employee benefit. It's a frontline investment by the district, so it can be one-time spending, could be in response to getting people back in and all of that. So, just want to make sure that the district knows about it, that it's able to be in dialogue on whether it has considered it at all. And I would strongly support that effort and be more than willing to help with it.
Yes, we have considered that, Councilwoman Gim. And in fact, one of the things that the board president mentioned and things that could be helpful is really looking for opportunities to do more of those types of things as just a recruitment and retention strategy for many of our colleagues and staff members. Yes.
Yeah. And just want to reemphasize once again, for not, this is a huge boost, especially for some of these hard to fill positions, bus drivers, maintenance workers, cleaning staff, and others who will see a significant paraprofessionals, climate staff, all the areas that you're going to need to hire up for. Those are all my questions for right now, and thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Council President. I guess I'm going to go in a different direction. I wanted to wrap up on Council President, this is the last round.
I do want to get the community, we pushed them back once.
Sure. That's cool.
And we'll come, we'll have a call back.
Yeah, no problem. So I'll address additional public safety issues later on. And I can just call Bethel and have a conversation with them off the record regarding this issue, because this is not for show. But I do want to ask questions about diversity and inclusion. And I remember asking a question before in the past to Ori. Just want to get an idea in terms of the school district of Philadelphia's procurement diversity and inclusion numbers, what that process looks like. I remember also having a brief response regarding some negotiations with the union in the past regarding them kind of giving the district some leeway on, I guess, the process in terms of how y'all contract with other individuals so it doesn't be a burden on the district. And so can you just give us an update on what the diversity and inclusion numbers look like regarding procurement and contracts and doing business with the school district of Philadelphia, and what that dollar figure looks like?
Good afternoon, Councilman Johnson. Yes, so thank you for the question. So first of all, we put out that data in our quarterly report, and actually our next quarterly report, which I don't have because it comes out in about 10 days. So I'll have the update through the third quarter. But we've been doing this for 6 years, I think, with the quarterly report. So the data's out there. And just to give a sense, I'm trying to pull up the most recent one while we're talking. I do want to highlight that we have, okay, here we go. So this is from the mid-year and through quarter two. So And we break it down not just overall awards, but construction contract, construction professional services, and professional services, and purchasing. So you can see all the different areas. So, for example, for the first half of this year, out of $184 million in total award contracts, there were 63 million, about 34% went to MWBE. And then there's further breakdowns. And I don't want to, I know it's a limited time here, so I don't want to take, but it is available on the website, and we can send you a copy of the quarterly report. And again, the new one update will come out in about 10 days. I do want to point out that it's not too often, and this is true for a lot of public sectors, we focus on what was awarded and not what actually happens. So one of the things we've been doing, and we set up in our new ERP system, because there's a self-service portal, is that we want the subcontractors, particularly where there are subs in a lot of the construction projects, they actually report themselves when they got paid and that they got paid and that they did the work. So we're not reliant on a general, because very often you get into the, well, we said we were going to do it, we didn't actually do it. So we actually have the minority vendors themselves and women-owned vendors themselves able to report to us so we can track it, hold generals accountable to make sure that what they claimed was going to happen did happen, that we can use that when we consider them for future contracting. The other piece is we had started robust outreach right before the pandemic in a number of opportunities. We actually have one coming up. It's towards the end of May. I don't remember the exact date, but we'll get that information to you and to all of your colleagues to help us spread the word. But we're trying to do a lot of outreach to minority vendors, women-owned vendors, and local vendors, and ones who may not traditionally have done business with the district, to explain how our systems work, what opportunities are there for them, because it's got to be a combination of making sure that folks are aware of how they access the opportunities, because we need them to apply in order or to respond to proposals. So we want to do that and do as much outreach and support so they can familiarize with systems, know the opportunities that are out there, how to gain the opportunities. And again, so I think we're doing it at every level. There's the public reporting out in the quarterly reports. There's the making sure that we're hearing from the vendors themselves, and also the outreach. That's kind of the three-pronged approach we have right now. But I will definitely reach out again to you and through the council president about the upcoming event, because I think that's our first sort of in-person post. We've been doing smaller things during the pandemic, but in a post-pandemic. So I think there's it's kind of the first thing of what we want to do. But we'll get that information out to you.
And the second part of that question, I know there was a brief conversation before, and I know also the school district president talked about as well. There was some type of negotiation with the union, and the union was going to kind of give the district a little more leeway to kind of do, I guess, various negotiations with, I would think, contractors, because that would be the only interest that they would have. Can you give me an update on that particular process, or should I call the president to kind of get to refresh that conversation? Joyce, you remember some time ago we talked about the unions and their role, and that's
So I guess we have a couple issues moving. One is project labor agreement, and there's still an ongoing conversation between the district and the building trades around project labor agreements. The board is looking for expanded opportunities for students coming out of our schools, not to get into pre-apprenticeship programs, but actually apprenticeship programs. We're looking for a higher trigger right now. What we had was triggered at $5,000. That's unreasonable. So we're looking to negotiate around that, around the percentages, and we wanted demographic information. So we wanted to know that we were making progress, and so wanted to know what the minority enrollment in the building trades was. And the final.
Are we making progress, Joyce? I just want to ask that, because it's been a while since I asked you this, maybe a year ago.
I've had conversations within the last couple of months, and I know Dr. Hyde has had additional conversations. I don't know that progress but they're ongoing conversations. The other thing you're talking about is the four-part bidding. So we pay probably 15-20% more on our construction because we have to, bid out the individual trades separately, and hopefully that's, if we can get a project labor agreement, getting some movement on the four-part bidding would be part of, would be an outcome of that as well. I can update you privately on it with more details.
Okay, thank you. And one last question: Is Is the mayor's office of labor a part of this process as well?
I'd have to ask Dr. Height that.
Dr. Hyde, are you on, sir?
I am, Councilman, and yes, they are a part of the conversation. Yes, sir.
Okay. No, I just wanted, because I know part of this presentation early on, and I listened to the board, give each member talk about, the board's perspective, and this always talk about diversity, inclusion, institutional racism, breaking down those types of structures. And I'm not saying this is the case, but particularly when you talk about diversity and inclusion, obviously there's been historical lack of inclusion, if I will be direct in saying, in terms of our young people having opportunities to participate in that process. And I know I asked this question maybe either the last budget cycle or the cycle before. And so in terms of a level of urgency where, again, if we don't want young children staying on the corner carrying guns, we have to give them opportunities.
Right.
When we talk about the city of Philadelphia being the number one big city when it comes to poverty, we got to give young people an opportunity. And so in this particular area, I just wanted to see the level of progress that we're making. But Joyce, I'll reach out to you offline to have this conversation to see how we could be supportive and maybe, working with the new head of the building trade to see how we can push this process forward. Because ultimately, these are our children and they deserve an opportunity to participate, and this is taxpayer dollars. And so if we want to award the funding to these individuals, then surely they can hire our young people as well.
We agree completely. We put too much money out on the street for there not to be meaningful opportunities for our children. So we agree.
I'm game, so I will follow up with you. Thank you very much, Council President, for your time, for allowing me the time.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Dow.
Council President, I don't think I was in the queue.
Okay, here we go again. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Brooks.
Thank you, Council President. I think my question is kind of following up on some of the things that Councilmember Gim and Councilmember Johnson talked about. So in addition to the data requested by Councilmember Gim, we would love to see a comprehensive plan for staffing and supports for those schools most affected by gun violence. I brought this up last year during budget season in reference to a specific program in 19140, which is called Cure Violence Through Temple. And I had mentioned they had skipped a school that was in the 19140 area and extended it over to another school. And I still haven't gotten a clear answer if still school will be included into that Cure Violence program and what's the plan around that. But part two of that is about restorative practices. One of the specific questions around this is, I know that there has been additional money allocated for restorative practices in schools in this budget, but I was wondering what is the state of the restorative practices in school process and how many schools have it, how many do not, how are the schools selected, and how are we spending any additional funds in selecting schools in this plan?
Karen, you want to take the restorative practice piece?
Yes. Councilwoman, schools annually prepare a school improvement plan, and as part of that effort, various parts of the district central office are involved, but school leaders identify based on the data that they have which of the frameworks that they'd like to implement in the following year. So I can't tell you the exact number of schools that we have right now that have selected as part of their school improvement plan over the last few years. Restorative practices, I can get that information for you fairly quickly, but each year they sign up and that's how they're selected. So they
can you send over like whatever data you have? Because this is my concern, and I'm gonna give a real life situation. I had a teacher call me in reference to students that she felt were in crisis that immediate weekend in terms of issues that were happening in the community, and they opened up and shared it with her. She in turn shared it with the school staff. They didn't see it rising up to urgency. I reached out to another city department, and they said they couldn't do anything unless the school district did something. Consequently, after that, the kids did not show up to school for about 3-4 weeks. They're still okay, but that should not be the norm. It has to be something in place to help these young people right now. And to Councilmember Johnson's thought, why don't we have like PAN and some of these other groups that are actively involved in communities ready to step in immediately if the school staff doesn't see it rising up to importance? Because the reality, the specific teacher that mentioned this incident, as well as me and everyone in the neighborhood, was ready to do something, but we kept getting blocked by bureaucracy. And my fear is that we're going to miss out and continue to lose young kids because adults are adulting. And as we go into the summer month, we need to see something else. So I would like to see what the comprehensive plan looks like, you know, for some of these areas that are drastically hit by gun violence, that we're going to see, you know, God forbid, more over the summer. And what can we do to be proactive? We have already invested time, and Councilmember Gim and I have went directly into schools in those areas to help kids register for summer schools and summer jobs, work directly with PYN and our staff, DHS, making sure they can have these jobs. But it has to be all hands on deck, because the fear is summer is here and it's happening immediately. And when I hit bureaucracy, I get very upset, because thank God the little boys are still around. But suppose they didn't make it through the weekend after we reached out for help.
I agree with you 100%. I make myself available. Kevin's on, he makes himself available. But I do agree with you. We need to have a communication plan so that when we know that a student is in crisis, it's more than just restorative practices that's available. There are various opportunities, and I think you're absolutely right.
You're on mic, on mute.
You're mute.
I want to quickly say we're doing that every night, 24 hours, 7 days a week. School leaders are contacting our dispatch. We have a threat assessment protocol. We will go out to the school and make an assessment of whether that threat is moderate or just a transient threat. We will immediately, and oftentimes working with Karen Lynch's team, because the child most recently moved the child from a school because it wasn't safe for him to be at that school. And we provide that information to ensure that the student supports and Rachel Holtzman's team can move that child. But that is oftentimes, I think, what happens. It gets stovepiped and not bring it up to their school leaders. I mean, assistant superintendents are calling me. And we've been on the ground since school started, as you know, even because of just the social media threats that we're getting. Kids are showing guns on social media, and there's a fear that the parent will see it. They will call the Safe to Say program, or they will call into the school and say, "I saw this kid with a gun. He's threatening my child." And we've been very, very proactive, working with the police department and other leaders, going to homes, doing home checks to see if they have access to a weapon. So I do want you to walk away from here knowing that we are. Myself, Karen, the entire team, my staff has done an amazing job. Police department are really being very proactive in that space, and they should really call their school leader and their principals. Most of them are very versed on our protocols around threat assessment protocols and what to do in those protocols to contact us immediately if there's a threat, particularly of violence, gun violence, and we act very quickly with the support of the police department to address those.
Thank you. My time is up, so I guess I'll wait for the call back for any additional question. But I just would like, can you send over the protocol in writing so I'll know how to best support any school staff or families that call me with this again? Because it was very disheartening. And we were able to navigate, I was able to navigate the system to get some support, but I felt that it shouldn't have had to leave the school building.
I agree.
The support should have been readily available in the school, where I didn't feel like I had to go everywhere else to get what I needed.
Yes, we'll
Thank you
send
so
the
much.
protocol to you, Councilwoman Brooks. Yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jones, I believe, just logged on.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Jones, go ahead. You're on mute, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to, for the record, apologize for being in a car. But I was on my way to the Police and Fire Memorial, representing Public Safety Committee. So, technology allowed me to do that, but I am back stable. One of the things that Member Brooks talked about, which is something that comes up often in my discussions with principals and staff, is the connectivity between social service programs, DHS, and others that should be more present, or if they are present, a lot of the administrators don't know where the handbook of protocols are for different things. It seems, I don't know, and then maybe it's a school by school basis, but there should be some formalization of what social services CUAs give to assist school district personnel, and how can we better integrate that kind of knowledge so that principals have it at the ready when they are faced with crises by the student population.
Councilman, we do have such available, and to your point, I'm sure we can always make it better, and we'll do so. We'll look at it, we'll talk about it. Would you like to have input in that?
Well, yes, but what I'm looking for is that if I'm the substitute teacher and I come in, or I'm the new counselor at Overbrook High School, there should be a menu of things that say, in case of child abuse, here's what we do. In case of bed bugs, here's what we do. In case of mental duress, here's the agency you should call. And that should be more, it should be readily available so that it's a common knowledge thing. And I know we're going to do better, but those are specific things that I hear from school administrators saying they wish they knew more about. So that, along with things like, I don't know whatever happened to the parent university and how we can move that into individual schools to kind of get parents who might not know all of the answers, some of the answers.
Thank you. We moved Parent University online. Most of those courses are taking place virtually and have provided an opportunity for parents all over the city to be able to participate. But yes, we notify schools about that and do a great outreach to families about that. We can include you on the list if you'd like to know more about it.
Yeah, I actually would, because at those 7 a.m. Roll calls, someone from a school will say, well, this is the scenario. I don't know what to do. And the commissioner over at DHS, they came on with those 12 or so schools and started going through it. But what they did not have was a comprehensive list of the types of match problem to solution.
Can you take this? Yeah,
Yes,
so
sir.
you got to give about 10 minute, a little break. You got the script, public testimony, ground rule.
CP, Council President.
You're on
You're not on mute.
You're not on mute, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now I heard you guys.
All right.
We're discussing the next chapter of our hearing, which will be public testimony. Councilman, you done with questions?
Yes, I am. But if there is such a website, a manual that we can distribute to those respective schools, those respective parents, I think that would be invaluable.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. All right. That is the last person, council member in the queue. We're going to take a 5-10 minute break to make sure that all our witnesses for our public comment session are connected, and then we'll come back shortly. So Modesto, if we can take like around 5-10 minute break so you guys can do what you need to do to get our people connected. Thank you all very much. And school district members, if you can continue to monitor the activities of the day, it may be helpful for us. And please understand that you will be given a call from us for one of our callbacks. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council President.